Chapter 17:15. There are no washing machines in Ravenheart. Well done. Rain had just killed an awakened demon, but hearing her teacher's praise was strangely just as validating. Or rather, it made the act of slaying the huntsman feel more meaningful in any case. It was a nice feeling. Too exhausted to move and hurt all over, she simply lay in the mud and rested. Her gaze was directed at the sky, which was as empty as her mind. Feeling too lazy to think, Rain simply stayed still and savored the moment, unbothered by the encroaching cold. By then, the ghostly flames had been mostly extinguished, with only a few small tongues of fire dancing here and there above the ravaged swamp. While she was spacing out, her teacher disappeared somewhere. Soon, he emerged from the shadows, carrying her bow, backpack, and other things she had left on the outskirts of the forest. Placing most of it on the ground, her teacher then walked over and carefully covered her with her winter coat. "Here, don't catch a cold." Rain smiled faintly, enjoying the warmth. Her teacher, meanwhile, approached the corpse of the huntsman, looked at it curiously, and gave it a little kick. Then he circled it slowly, mumbling some nonsense in a hushed tone. Chalice Knights, wait, don't tell me. Were these the poor bastards who drank Jade Queen's nectar? Soon there was nothing but bestial need left. They might be. What fools! Even my little sister knows not to drink everything given to her by shady characters. It's you're the shady character. Rain wanted to scoff, but then decided against it. Instead, she asked, "Teacher, can I awaken now?" She knew the answer, of course, but hearing it again would give her confidence. He smiled. "Well, you've already made great progress and learned how to sense your essence. I'm pretty sure that absorbing the soul shards of this demon will be the final straw and serve as a catalyst to make your essence awaken. Of course, that alone won't make you an awakened." Her teacher looked at the mud with a finicky expression, then reached into the shadows and pulled out an opulent wooden chair out of them. Placing it on the ground, he sat down and let out a satisfied sigh. "The problem is that there will be no vessel to store your essence and no bridge between your soul and your body. At least that is how I understand it. However, you will be able to control your essence, and by controlling it, you will be able to create such a vessel which is itself the bridge, a soul core. It will require time and effort, but with your level of enlightenment, I am sure that you will manage splendidly. When you do form a soul core, that is when you'll undergo a rebirth and become awakened." Rain listened to his voice silently, then sighed. "How long will it take?" Her teacher chuckled. "I have no idea. That wholly depends on you, but from what I am told, learning to control essence is the hard part. Forming a soul core is relatively easy, albeit tedious. So a few months, a year, we'll have to wait and see. I bet I can do it in a day." Rain didn't voice her defiant thoughts and smiled. What comes next? Sitting comfortably on his luxurious chair, her teacher smiled. "Ascension is a step of rising above one's mortal nature. You will have to accumulate power by improving the quality of both your soul essence and your body. That can be achieved naturally by slowly refining the essence or by slaying powerful enemies. Once your essence reaches a qualitative change, the last step is to reform your soul core. That's a bit tricky." He shook his head. "The easier part of the process is learning how to access your soul sea. The harder part, sadly, it requires the knowledge of a soul refining technique. In the past, many such techniques were known to us humans, but sadly that legacy has been lost. These days, everyone simply relies on the nightmare spell." Rain raised an eyebrow. "So what? I can't ascend. Should I just go and jump into a nightmare?" Her teacher furrowed his brow. "Can't ascend? Who do you think your teacher is? Of course you can ascend. The fact that no one else has a soul-refining technique doesn't mean that I don't, or that I can't invent a new one from scratch." Rain turned her head and stared at him dubiously. So does he have one, or is he going to invent one? Well, it didn't really matter to her now. She was not even an awakened yet, so ascension seemed distant enough to not feel real. Even the awakening, Rain sighed. "I still want to challenge a nightmare." She had decided that she wouldn't, but that didn't prevent her from fantasizing about becoming a carrier of the nightmare spell. Her teacher stared at her somberly. "What? Why?" she pursed her lips. "I just want to, okay? Fine, it's great that I can form a soul core and awaken. But will I really be an awakened? What kind of awakened doesn't have an aspect? Not to mention that I won't be able to receive any memories from the spell. All those awakened in Ravenheart are walking around in suits of shiny armor and wielding enchanted weapons, clothes that clean and repair themselves, quivers that never run empty. Best of all, they can just summon and dismiss their equipment instead of having to lug it around while climbing mountains. The path of ascension was too laborious without the spell. Rain was willing to accept that finding her aspect and flaw would take her a long time, perhaps even longer than becoming a master. But the memories. Simply not having to launder her clothes would be worth it. Her teacher suddenly laughed. "So this is what it's about, memories." Rain glared at him for a few moments, then gestured weakly to herself. "A weird apparition like you might not care, but look at me. Soot, ash, sweat, swamp water, mud, blood, and gods know what else. This is what I have to deal with after each hunt. There are no washing machines in Ravenheart either. I'll need to wash it all by hand or pay a laundress. That's after I pay the healer to patch me up. And speaking of patching things up, these clothes need to be mended too." Her teacher shook his head, laughing. Oh, I see. So it's not devastating enchantments and mystical powers that you envy, you just don't want to do laundry." She opened her mouth, speechless. "That's not true," he smiled crookedly. "It's not." Rain gritted her teeth. "I also don't want to carry all that weight on my back." Her teacher leaned back and laughed again. Unbelievable. After having his fill of laughter, her teacher shook his head and stood up. Looking around, he picked up a piece of charred wood and scribbled something on it with his nail. His nail cut the wood like a diamond blade. A few moments later, he nodded in satisfaction and tossed the piece of wood to Rain. "Here, catch." She raised a hand and caught the piece of wood, then hissed quietly when her side pulsed with pain. "Ouch!" Bringing the strange gift to her face, Rain studied the letters carved on its surface. They read, "You have received a memory." She frowned. "What's this?" Her teacher shrugged with a smile. "Treat it as a memory coupon. What did you think, that only the spell could reward people with memories? Well, wrong. Your teacher is awesome, so he can make memories just fine. Let's see, you killed an awakened demon this time, so I'll make you an awakened memory of the 3rd tier. Rain blinked. "You can make memories." He returned to his chair and grinned. "Sure. And unlike the spell, I'll even customize it to your liking. More than that, listen, I really don't want to badmouth the competition, but the spell, it really has no imagination whatsoever. Why limit memories to powerful weapons, enchanted armor, and mystical tools? There are so many mundane things that would make for an amazing memory. That bodysuit of yours, I'll memorize it, no problem. Do you want a pillow that is always cold or a magical toothbrush? Your teacher can make that happen as well." He looked at her with a smug expression. "Hell, I can even make a roll of toilet paper into a memory. If you don't go overboard, it will never run out." "Why the hell is that bastard talking about toilet paper?" Rain stared at her teacher for a while, then blinked a couple of times. "Are you telling me that you have been able to create memories this whole time?" He nodded. "Strange question, but yes, sure." Slowly, Rain's blood started to boil. "So why the hell haven't you made me any memories then? Was watching me suffer fun for you?" He glanced at her with an offended expression. "Huh, what are you talking about? I was always planning to arm and equip you. It's just that you are still a mundane human. Until you form a soul core and awaken, your soul can't even contain memories. Blame yourself for being so slow. What's so hard about becoming the first human in history to awaken naturally, huh? Do I ask for much?" She took a deep breath and turned away, staring at the sky again. What an insufferable cheapskate deity, who can make memories? Slowly, a few grandiose thoughts entered her mind. After a while, though, Rain sighed. Well, it's good enough. Teacher is amazing. Sure, I won't have an aspect, but having memories is already great. Receiving them directly from someone instead of earning them from the spell is a little weird. I guess it's not much different from how legacies inherit memories from their clans, though. Her teacher frowned, then chuckled suddenly. Hey, now that I think about it, aren't you a legacy yourself? Your big brother can provide everything a legacy clan can and much more on top of that. She looked at him scornfully. Oh, teacher is like a legacy clan now, so do you have a legacy relic then? He tilted his head with a smile. A bunch of them, actually. Rain blinked a few times. Does he really? Actually, she wouldn't be surprised. Well, what about a citadel then? He grinned. A citadel? Sure, I have one of those. It's a huge temple built of black marble shrouded in eternal darkness. Granted, it's a bit of a fixer-upper, but what can you do? My citadel is almost as old as the universe. The ambience there is great. She stared at him silently. That's great. Speaking of great, since it's teacher, there has to be a supreme in our clan, no doubt. Should I consider myself royalty? Might as well, right? Her teacher coughed in embarrassment. Ah, well, technically, our clan doesn't have a sovereign at the moment. Rain's eyes gleamed with triumph. His capacity for nonsense has a limit after all. But we do have a supreme devil. I used to bully the little bastard a lot in the past, but now that he's all grown up, it's not very fun. She took a deep breath, turned away, and stared at the sky. The sky was indifferent and beyond reach. I give up. Chapter 17:16. Grain of sand. After a while, Rain felt rested enough to move. She rose from the ground with a grimace and went about taking care of her wounds. Her teacher had made a fire from the splintered remains of the twisted tree, so neither of them had to freeze in the cold. Rain disinfected the cut on her side, then wrapped it tightly in a clean bandage. That would have to do until she returned to Ravenheart and found a healer. Usually, she would have been lamenting the need to pay one, but there was a sizable reward promised to anyone who managed to slay the huntsman. Not only could Rain afford a decent awakened healer, but there would be enough coins left for her to replace the broken javelin, and maybe even upgrade a few pieces of her equipment. No, wait, actually, I don't need to worry about that anymore. Rain still had hope of awakening swiftly. Even if she failed to do it before returning to Ravenheart, there would be no more hunts in the next few months. She already had everything she needed to form a soul core, so the best course of action would be to hole up in a safe place and patiently work on becoming an awakened. Once she was an awakened, her mundane equipment would not be of much use. She would be able to draw a much more powerful bow, wear armor crafted from much heavier mystical materials, and even wield memories. Her entire arsenal would need to be changed. She would have to purchase a lot of things. Suddenly, Rain did not feel rich anymore. She was so poor. Full of sorrow, Rain put on her winter coat and approached the remains of the huntsman. She stared at it for a while, then glanced at her teacher. Should we harvest his armor, it should sell for a lot of coins. He scratched the back of his head. Who's going to carry it all the way back to Ravenheart, though? Rain sighed. How can a deity be so useless? Yeah. Still, we should take the axe blade at least, to prove the kill at the town hall. That axe blade alone would sell for a hefty amount of coins. She fished the giant blade from the ground and attached it to her backpack. Her teacher, meanwhile, looked at the remains of the dreadful Chalice Knight and snapped his fingers. Several shadows suddenly rose from the ground and sliced the carcass apart, cutting the rusted armor like paper. Rain didn't look at the bestial features of the corpse as she harvested the soul shards and sat down, staring at them solemnly. There were 3 of them. The glimmering crystals were not too large, but to her they meant the world. This is it, then. She had been striving desperately to reach this moment for 4 long years. Those years had been full of pain and hardship, but also joy, satisfaction, and fulfillment. And now, the final stretch of the road was right in front of her. Her teacher sat on the ground across from her and smiled with encouragement. Go on, you worked hard to be here. Rain looked at him, remained silent for a moment, and smiled back. I did. With that, she unsheathed her knife and crushed the soul shards one after another with its pommel. She felt a stream of power flowing into her soul. And then her soul suddenly surged. Rain struggled to describe the way she felt with words. It was as though her entire body was suddenly permeated by a cool, vibrant, nurturing flame. However, that flame simply passed through her flesh, unable to touch it. What is happening? Her teacher was looking at her with keen interest. The gaze of his onyx eyes was strangely intense. I can see it. Your essence is awakening. It is as though your soul, which had been dim and drowsy, is suddenly coming to life. A soft radiance is spreading, and it is lively. He remained silent for a moment and then spoke in a calming tone. Try to control it. Guide it throughout your body, following the roadmap of your major blood vessels. Your blood is circulating because of your heart, but you don't have a soul core, which is like a heart for soul essence. So for now, you'll have to substitute it with your will. Rain took a deep breath and closed her eyes, imagining the map of her body. She could feel her essence flowing freely, chaotically, with no shape or form. So she slowly extended her will and tried to guide it. She had never been able to control her essence before. It had always felt like trying to push a boulder to the top of a mountain. The boulder was dead weight. It was cold and reluctant to move. The moment she lost concentration, even a little, it rolled back to where it had come from. But this time, her essence felt alive and responsive. It followed her guidance, flowing slowly in a complicated cycle. At first, there was a lot of chaos and colliding currents in its flow, but as Rain deepened her concentration, the torrent of her soul essence grew increasingly stable and orderly. Her teacher chuckled in amazement. Wow, on the first try, you're doing great. Rain did not open her eyes. So, how do I form the core? His voice was calm and confident, like an anchor that she could use to keep steady. The method is simple. Once you can make the essence circulate freely, increase the speed. Make it rush like a mountain river. Then increase the speed even more until it's spinning inside your body like a raging whirlpool. Make it condense under the pressure of its own weight and the pull of the rotation. You don't need to form the entire soul core all at once. One grain of sand is enough. Next time you will create one more, and then one more. Sooner or later, the density of your essence will reach a critical point and a soul core will be formed. Rain smiled. She could imagine it vividly. It was a beautiful process, like stars and planets forming from incandescent stardust. She concentrated fully, making the essence circulate faster and faster and faster. The greater its speed, the more willpower she needed to keep the raging force of the whirlpool under control. Come on a little more. She could feel a condensed mass of energy slowly forming in the place where her heart would have been. It was not solid yet, but also not as ethereal as the usual state of soul essence. More like a shimmering liquid. And at the very heart of that mass, where the pressure was most crushing, something solid was slowly being born. A tiny crystalline gemstone, so small that it could only be called a grain of sand. Ah! Rain opened her eyes and shuddered, her entire body drenched in sweat. The whirlpool of essence dissipated and she sprawled on the ground in utter exhaustion. Her chest rose and fell heavily as if she had just run a marathon. The mental fatigue was even worse. Her teacher raised a fist. Success, you did great. But Rain was full of bitter disappointment. A single grain of sand. Did I really boast that I'll form the soul core in one try? Ah, so embarrassing. Thank the gods I didn't say it out loud. How long would it take her to create enough of these tiny gemstones for them to merge into a core? A month? A year? Rain wanted to groan. But doing that would undoubtedly make her teacher way too happy. She couldn't let the enemy win. She sighed and then slowly sat up. I'll stay home for an entire month, let Mom pamper me and work on awakening slowly. Disappointed. Who was disappointed? A whole month or even several months of doing nothing and being spoiled rotten. No biting cold, no blood and sweat, no hideous abominations and revolting corpses. just eating well and meditating in peace. It was a dream come true. Wouldn't it be great to rest for a few months while being absolutely safe with nothing terrible happening? It sure would. Her teacher suddenly looked at her with suspicion. His onyx eyes narrowed. What is this? I sense a familiar disturbance. Hey, you didn't just think something stupid in your head like finally the worst of it is over or that demon is definitely dead, nothing bad will happen. Did you? Rain raised an eyebrow and put on an innocent expression. No, why would I? Only a complete fool would think something like that in the middle of the dream realm. He studied her dubiously for a moment, then exhaled slowly. Well, good. And don't use such harsh words. Some people, very smart people, were known to make small mistakes like that in the past. Anyway, time to head back to Ravenheart then. Chapter 17:17. Rustle Rain collected her things and hoisted the backpack onto her shoulders. The axe blade was terribly heavy, which messed with her balance a little, but she could handle it. The frightful black sword her teacher had given her was already gone, and her takai regained its shadow. She studied the familiar sword for a few moments, then sighed and sheathed it smoothly. Rain was ready to leave, but she didn't. Teacher, we might have a problem." He turned to her and raised an eyebrow in confusion. "A problem? What's the matter?" She hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly scratched the tip of her nose. "Well, you see, that explosion was much more powerful than I had expected. So, all the ice is broken. How am I supposed to get back to shore?" He stared at her for a bit, then glanced at the ravaged landscape of the vast swamp. Indeed, the little island was surrounded by nothing except mud and black water, with not a single intact piece of ice in sight. The deadly expanse of treacherous sludge stretched all the way to the distant shore. Her teacher lingered for a bit, then sighed and approached her. Crouching, he pointed to his back. "Climb on, brat." Rain didn't make him ask twice. There were ways to traverse a swamp, but none that were both safe and timely. Not to mention that she had just disinfected her wound and didn't want to get it wet and dirty again. Plus, her battered body was exhausted. Why would she refuse a piggyback ride offered by a powerful deity? Climbing onto her teacher's back, Rain wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled. He lifted her like a feather, not showing any strain at all despite how thin his body looked, and headed for the swamp. Ah! How humiliating. A divine shadow like me being reduced to carrying ungrateful mundane girls. Gods are truly dead. Ignoring his grumbling, Rain rested her head on his shoulder and allowed her consciousness to drift into a relaxed state. The familiar sound of her teacher's voice was almost like a lullaby. Walking to the edge of the island, he didn't even try to slow down and stepped directly into the muddy water. However, his foot never plunged into the murky sludge. Instead, the shadows moved and coalesced into a glossy black plate under it. Then, another plate appeared as he took a step. Like that, her teacher walked across the swamp as if he was walking on a paved road, the black plates dissipating behind him after a few moments. The water sloshed and surged, but never managed to touch his leather boots. That reminds me of that time we fought the drowned in the lost temple of fallen grace. Back when I was still wearing the Serpent King's crown, who knew that I would end up becoming a swamp rickshaw one day. Damn, life is sure full of irony. Rain did not know what the words drowned, fallen grace, and Serpent King meant, but they sounded exciting. Was her teacher a king once in ancient times? No, knowing him, it was more likely that he had stolen a king's crown and wore it to gloat and boast about his nefarious deeds. The walk to the shore was both comfortable and uneventful. Rain could have climbed off her teacher's back once they reached solid ground, but he simply continued to carry her without saying anything, and so she didn't say anything either. Perhaps he saw through her bravado and realized that her condition was worse than she was letting on, and that she was too exhausted to hike through the forest while suffering the pain of her wound. Still, after a while, Rain spoke. "We should take down the corpses of the fallen awakened and give them a burial." Usually the queen would have taken the dead, but the huntsman must have prevented them from leaving on a pilgrimage to her palace, and as a result, their bones had been left unattended. Her teacher stopped. Rain couldn't see his face, but she felt a subtle change in his mood. Suddenly, the shadows populating the frozen forest seemed much deeper, and the world felt much darker. Her breath escaped as a cloud of cold vapor. Does he not want to bother with burying them? Climb off. He bent his knees, allowing Rain to stand firmly on the ground. She was a little confused. What? But then she heard it. A branch snapping somewhere behind her. Placing her hand on the hilt of her sword, Rain turned around and looked back. There she saw several human figures walking in their direction. They seemed like a cohort of a master and his retinue, perhaps. 1, 2, 3 people. One of them was waving his hand in a friendly gesture. Before Rain could discern any details, though, something strange happened. Her teacher's hand appeared from behind and covered her eyes. She froze. What something was very wrong. His voice sounded very calm, too calm even, which only made Rain feel more nervous. Hey, brat, listen to me very carefully. From now on and until I tell you otherwise, no matter what happens, don't open your eyes, all right? She nodded slowly. Yes, teacher. He remained silent for a moment. All right. Stand here and don't move. With that, her teacher removed his hand. Rain's eyes were tightly shut, so she couldn't see anything, but she felt him walking past to stand between her and the approaching people. Their steps were drawing closer. Wrong, this is very wrong. Rain was not stunned by the fact that he had covered her eyes. What truly disturbed her was the fact that her teacher had not retreated into the shadows. In all the years that she had known him, he had never, ever shown himself to other people. It was to the point that Rain had considered him a hallucination at first. But now her teacher remained in the open in front of absolute strangers. Why? Her silent panic was interrupted by his bright, carefree voice. Greetings, who might you be? The sound of steps halted, and a deep baritone answered in a friendly tone. Greetings. I am Master Sean, and these are my companions, Master Skiff and Awakened Arden. We were on our way back to Ravenheart. Are you headed that way as well? Rain frowned. Master Sean, Master Skiff. She had not heard of these Ascended before. Granted, there were thousands of Ascended in the world, but still. Each of the Song Domain's masters was like a minor celebrity, especially those in Ravenheart. There was something else that seemed strange about these people, too. She was standing there, frozen, with her eyes closed, but they did not seem to care enough to react in any way. Wouldn't it be natural to ask what she was doing? Her teacher lingered for a few moments. Yeah, we were on our way back to Ravenheart, too. Then there was a long stretch of silence. Eventually, Master Sean asked, his voice sending a chill running down Rain's spine for some reason. You look a little familiar, young man. Say, have we met before? The tone of his voice was perfectly friendly, and so were his words. But she suddenly felt suffocated, as if there was something eerily, maddeningly wrong with it all. Her teacher's answer was a little somber. As a matter of fact, we have indeed met before. Although I doubt that you'll remember. In any case, why don't you and your friends continue onward? Let's part on friendly terms and go our separate ways. How about it? There was another lengthy silence. Shivering, Rain heard a strange rustle come from the direction of the three strangers. Their surroundings were slowly turning colder. What was that rustle? How about it? How about it? Master Sean's voice still sounded human, but his speech had turned strangely incoherent. Another voice joined, its mannerisms and intonations too similar to the first. We are on our way back to Ravenheart. These are my companions, Master, we are on our way. How about it? Rain was still stuck on her previous thought, unable to throw it out of her head. What? What was that rustle? She had never heard a sound like that before. Just at that moment, the disturbing rustle grew louder, and a third voice added amicably, These are my companions. My companions. My companions. That rustle. How about you become my companions too? Her teacher took a deep breath. Rain could hear his voice turning dangerously cold. Listen here, bastard. She had never heard such coldness in his voice before, and the unfamiliarity scared her. "You might have managed to claw your way out of Dread's tomb, but so did I. You might have survived in the depths of 1,000 hells, but so did I. So save me the theatrics and be on your way. Otherwise I'll stop being gracious and skin you alive." Rain shuddered. Skin him. Suddenly a thought flashed in her mind. The Skinwalker, the great abomination that had been the nightmare of humanity for the past 4 years. A great abomination, 3 of the indescribable horror's vessels, no less. Her terror was so vast that she couldn't even move. All Rain could do was keep her eyes closed and tremble. "I'm dead. I'm so dead." No, death would be a mercy. At that moment, Master Sean Skinwalker's vessel spoke with a hint of curiosity in his voice. "You? Whose companion are you?" her teacher scoffed. And then the world quaked. Chapter 17:18 Sounds of battle. The world quaked, and then Rain was suddenly enveloped by absolute darkness. It was as if an impenetrable wall rose to surround her from all sides. The deafening cacophony of terrible sounds coming from the outside was muffled and dampened by that wall, and nothing but slight tremors reached her. For the moment at least she was safe. But those sounds, feeling a cold dread grasp her heart, she took a shaky breath and tried to comprehend them. There was the sound of trees snapping. There were the screams of the air being torn. There was the roar of the ground being upturned. These were the sounds that she could recognize, but there were other sounds as well. Inhuman howls. Chilling groans that sounded like the world itself was weeping. Eerie and revoltingly organic rustling, as if a mountain of flesh was ripping as it expanded while consuming itself. And many more that Rain simply could not describe and was afraid to fathom. The ground was shaking violently and she was struggling to stay standing. Her fingers turned white on the hilt of her sword. "Teacher, be safe. Please." But how could anyone stay safe when facing the Skinwalker? Countless people had fallen to its menace and were consumed, becoming vessels of the abomination's corruption. Mundane humans awakened, masters, even saints. Not even the sovereigns could eradicate this living curse. Shrouded by darkness, Rain realized how painfully weak and helpless she was. Just a few moments ago, she had been full of pride, praising herself for slaying an awakened demon. But now she remembered that in the world of the nightmare spell, she was nothing but an ant. An ant who couldn't even do anything when her teacher was fighting to protect her. Strong. I want to be strong. She had not changed at all. She was still the same girl who had been powerless to protect herself, let alone anyone else, when the tide of nightmare creatures descended on her school. The world continued to scream and quake for several minutes. Then an eerie silence suddenly enveloped it. The tremors stopped and the terrible sound ceased. Rain remained motionless, keeping her eyes closed. She didn't dare to think about how the battle had ended. The thought of imagining her teacher not being there anymore was too appalling. More appalling than what would happen to her if he was truly gone. Suddenly, the wall surrounding her disappeared. She knew that it had because light suddenly shone through her eyelids and cold wind scraped against her face. The air was permeated by the smell of wet wood and soil. "Please." A moment later, a familiar voice spoke from somewhere near. "Brat, you can open your eyes now." The relief Rain felt at that moment was strong enough to make her sway. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around, then froze in shock. In no way, the frozen forest was gone. It was obliterated entirely, and everywhere she looked, nothing but a barren expanse of flattened and upturned land could be seen. The trees had been reduced to mere splinters, and the ground itself was broken, with dark fissures covering it like bottomless scars. Here and there, the splinters were wet with blood. Buried under them, broken corpses of the unfortunate nightmare creatures who had populated the forest lay, their macabre sight mercifully hidden by the debris. That scene of devastation stretched as far as the eye could see. The entire landscape had been drastically changed in a matter of minutes. withdrawn by the fury of the harrowing battle. The scale of the dreadful destruction was simply unfathomable. Rain took a trembling breath and finally looked at her teacher. He was standing a few steps away, as nonchalant as ever. His hair was ruffled, and there was a smudge of something dark on his cheek, but other than that, he was the same pale, roguish scoundrel she knew. Of course, Rain struggled to perceive him in the same light. She had known that her teacher was a powerful being, of course, but this was the first time she really witnessed his power. Where were the vessels of the Skinwalker? Rain tried to compose herself. The Skinwalker. Her teacher remained silent for a few moments, then silently took a step back. Behind him, 3 human corpses were piled on top of each other, each missing the head and with a deep wound where their hearts should have been. 3 vessels of a great nightmare creature. Rain swallowed. Her teacher had just killed 3 great abominations, just like that. There was something else. Did she imagine it, or were there tiny shards of a broken mirror glistening on the ground in front of the corpses? How? Trying to comprehend the situation was too disturbing. So Rain would rather think about its consequences. Her teacher had revealed himself, and although they were far away from Ravenheart, such a drastic change of landscape would not escape notice. Which meant that they had to get out of here as soon as possible. Receiving the reward for the huntsman was also not an option now. Rain would have to keep the fact that she was anywhere near this place a secret. It was a good thing that she had not shared her plans to hunt the demon with anyone. No one could know that a being who could slay 3 vessels of the Skinwalker lived in her shadow. She would have to return to Ravenheart and lay low for a few months. Luckily, that was what she had wanted to do anyway. Her teacher sighed. I know what you are thinking about, but Rain, sadly, you are wrong. She tilted her head a little. What? Why? Because you defeated the Skinwalker. He lingered for a moment, then shook his head and pointed to the 3 corpses. Drawing attention to myself is not a good thing, sure, but actually we have a bigger problem. This guy, Master Sean, I recognize him. He was an ascended from the House of Night. Rain failed to understand what he was trying to say. So. Her teacher sighed and rubbed his temples in frustration. Right. You don't know. Well, let's just say that members of the House of Night should not be anywhere near the territory of Queen Song right now, and they must have been fairly close to Ravenheart, moving in secret when the Skinwalker got them. So, I am afraid that you and I have seen something that we were not supposed to see. She hesitated for a few moments, remembering everything that her father had mentioned about the House of Night and its relationship with the Song domain. Was there some problem between the two? It didn't seem that way. If anything, the Song domain seemed to be moving toward having a problem with the Sword domain, while trying hard to maintain a friendly relationship with the weaker House of Night. All of it was very mysterious. But at the same time, Rain understood the underlying meaning of what her teacher had said. Something that we were not supposed to see, got it. Promising that I won't tell anyone is not going to work, I guess. So just how big of a secret is it? Her teacher's face was a little somber. Big enough for Clan Song to erase any witness from existence. Well, not any witness, but a mundane girl with no backing. They won't hesitate to silence you even for a split second. Rain felt a cold chill run down her spine. Damn, the royal clan. Why would Clan Song pay attention to someone as small and insignificant as her? She gritted her teeth and looked at him stubbornly. I do have backing, though. My father works for the government. His rank is pretty high now, too. Surely, Clan Song won't want to spoil their relationship with the government because of something like that. Her teacher smiled wistfully. Ah, the naivete of youth. First of all, you are overestimating the significance of your father's position. Second of all, you are overestimating the significance of the government. And lastly, you are underestimating Clan Song, who says that anyone would be able to prove anything after they make you disappear. His smile turned colder. In fact, they won't even have to make you disappear. Technically. There's a guy among them who is much worse than the Skinwalker. He can destroy your soul and wear your body like a suit, coming to family dinners and gossiping about boys with your mother. No one will suspect a thing." Rain shuddered. Slowly, the magnitude of the trouble she had gotten herself into was starting to dawn on her. Crap, crap, crap. Who had made her think all those stupid things earlier? Spend months in absolute safety. Rest and relax while working on awakening at a leisurely pace. Be pampered at home. She had been such a fool. Rain cursed quietly, stared at the three corpses for a while, and then asked her teacher in a hopeful tone, "So what do we do?" Her teacher was whatever it was that he was. He had to have a solution without a doubt. Suddenly, she felt a lot calmer. Her teacher remained silent for a while, then smiled. "What to do, indeed? Well, I am sorry to tell you this, Rain, but you can't show your face in Ravenheart for a while. You'll have to disappear before they can make you disappear. We need to go somewhere where they won't be able to find you quickly and spend some time there." She closed her eyes and asked, her tone turning a little grim, "Where can I even go? Even if I can survive a solo journey to another citadel, there is no city in the Song domain where the royal clan doesn't have eyes. Crossing into the Sword domain is not an option, not that I would want to leave my family behind. I can't return to the waking world without the help of a saint, and even if I could, locating me there would be even easier." Her teacher scratched the back of his head with a thoughtful expression. He lingered for a while, then glanced at her with a strange expression. "What about one of those road crews? They are safe enough for you to survive, with more than enough mundane humans for one more to not draw attention, and best of all, far removed from all citadels. They're lacking manpower, too, so no one would ask any questions. If I were you, I'd get myself hired as a laborer there and hide in the crowd." A sly smile appeared on his face. Her teacher remained silent for a moment, then added with a chuckle, "In fact, wasn't there a huge crew being assembled to construct a road east? You know, to Godgrave. Why don't you join that one?" Rain sighed. "Why not, indeed?" Chapter 17-19 Story Time. Mom Moom. "Mommy." Effie patted little Ling on the head and smiled. "What do you want, dumpling?" She was sitting in a comfy wooden chair, staring at the wooden ceiling absent-mindedly. The little boy cuddled comfortably on her lap, hugging her like a little monkey. He looked up at her with his bright eyes and grinned sheepishly. "Story," Effie laughed. "Story? Which story?" Little Ling was suddenly very thoughtful. He remained silent for a while, a comically concentrated expression on his face, and then beamed. "Mommy defeating the giant." She hugged him and shifted slightly, then said in a deep voice, all right. Listen then. A long time ago, in a faraway land, 6 evil saints imprisoned Hope in a tall tower. Hope was very lonely in the tower and cried bitterly. So your mom and her friends decided to defeat the evil saints and rescue her. The image of the damp stone cell under the Chalice Temple flashed in her memory. The smell of blood, the whimpers of the other girls, the war maidens, driven to madness by the demon of desire, were slowly training to death. The graveyard of swords surrounding the ancient temple. She chased the ghastly memory away and smiled warmly. Noctis, the wicked warlock of the East, Uncle Kai, who was a brave warrior from the Ivory City back then, Auntie Cassie, who was a wise priestess of the Night Temple, and of course your mom, who was a little girl. These were the 4 heroes who ventured to rescue Hope. Oh, and there was someone else as well. A nameless shadow who had escaped its master and became friends with Noctis. Effie only had a vague recollection of the shadow devil who had followed Noctis, but it seemed rude not to mention him. Her adorable son giggled. "Huh, what's so funny?" Ling Ling giggled again. "Mommy is not little, how can Mommy be little?" she smiled. "I was a little kid once too, you know. Actually, I was a little kid twice." In any case, after we, the 4 heroes, met each other and swore to save Hope, the evil saints learned about it and sent a messenger to scare us. It was a huge giant, as tall as a mountain, with a body made of polished steel, but your mom and her friends weren't afraid at all. That was because the kind priestesses of the goddess of life had taught me the secret art of slaying evil giants, you see. Effie continued to tell the fairy tale version of her second nightmare, just as she had done 100 times before. For some reason, this story was one of Ling Ling's favorites, maybe because the very idea of his mom being a little girl excited him endlessly. She had no idea why, but looking back, it had indeed been a bit exciting. Effie had spent her actual childhood either in a hospital bed or in a wheelchair, so getting a little taste of what it meant to be a healthy kid was special, even if it was in the depths of a ghastly nightmare. Of course, she had removed all the distasteful parts from the story, replacing them with fantastical and exaggerated adventures. Flying ships, eccentric sorcerers, fire-breathing dragons, and a happy ending. The sugar-coated version of the Nightmare of Hope had everything one needed for a great fairy tale. And so, Cassie dropped the flying ship right on the evil giant's head. Boom, crash, bang. The ship shattered into 1,000 pieces and the giant fell down, making the ground shake. Auntie was perfectly fine. Of course, she had jumped away just in the nick of time and glided down with the help of her magical rapier. A huge shadow was still. Just then the door opened, and a handsome young man walked into the room. Way too handsome, even. Effie smiled at her husband and exhaled slowly, trying to maintain a relaxed expression. "Daddy!" Little Ling jumped off her lap and ran to hug his dad. Luckily, this time he remembered to control his strength. Picking the boy up, Ling's dad smiled at him and then glanced at Effie. He was hiding it well, but she could see that the smile did not reach his eyes. "It's time," her husband nodded and then looked at the little boy in his arms. "Hey, Wolfie, how about you and Dad go on a little adventure?" Little Ling seemed to be torn. "But Mommy didn't finish the story," his dad laughed. "The evil giant story, I'll finish it for her, or how about it?" Dad has an evil giant story, too. There are really too many evil giants in the world now that I think about it. This one was named Goliath and only had one eye. Effie sighed, then rose from her chair and stretched slowly. Then she followed her husband out of the room. They were currently in their spacious, sunlit cottage. It had been built from natural wood by none other than him, and had a simple, cozy charm to it. The cottage was the centerpiece of the entire farm, which was a rather idyllic place. A beautiful view of the emerald meadow opened from the front porch. Of course, the meadow had transformed in the last 4 years. There were fields, vegetable gardens, barns, and livestock corrals. There were also a few other buildings, some of them hidden in the forest. Most of these buildings were built of wood, but some included more advanced materials. The latter extended underground and served a different purpose. These buildings included barracks, armories, and all the other essentials of a military base. That was because the Beast Farm often moonlighted as a dimensional carrier for the Wolf Army. Boss is here." Attention! A scattering of soldiers stood at attention. Most were hidden from sight, but some had gone out to stretch their legs. Little Ling waved at them excitedly, causing a wave of smiles. "Uncles are funny." Effie nodded at the nearest soldier and said in a quiet tone, "Assemble the troops. Ada is 1 hour, so be ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. We are going to spearhead the breaching maneuver by the Western Quadrant Defense Forces. The mission is just as the briefing said: push the abominations back and establish a fire line. Funnel the civilians, if there are any left, into the designated safe zone." The soldier, a rowdy-looking man who had been under her command from the first days of the deployment to Antarctica, nodded with a roguish smile. "What about the big bastards, boss?" Effie inhaled slowly. "Don't worry about them. The government is sending the entire cavalry this time. We'll take care of the gate guardians. And also," she frowned and glared at him, "watch your language in front of Ling Ling, you reprobate. Aren't you already a master? Why are you still so brainless?" The man blinked a couple of times, then gave her a terribly guilty look. "Oh, sorry, boss, I forgot." He didn't seem too sincere, though, no doubt itching to accuse her of hypocrisy and double standards. Effie shook her head and pushed him away. Go get ready. With that, she turned to her husband and son, putting on a bright smile. Shall we go? She took her husband's hand, and a moment later the three of them disappeared from the meadow. Instead, they appeared in a room with alloy walls, situated in the depths of a government fortress. The furnishings were sparse, but there was a large screen displaying the arid landscape of the western quadrant on one of the walls. Little Ling looked at the sand dunes with interest. "Daddy, what is that?" His dad smiled. "This is a desert, Wolfie. We are in the western quadrant. Aren't you a lucky kid to get to travel all around the world and see all kinds of places?" The boy was thoughtful for a moment. "Daddy, aren't you a little silly? It's a picture. Little Ling has seen a lot of pictures already." Effie's husband laughed. "I guess you are right." He glanced at Effie and nodded. She remained silent for a bit, then patted little Ling on the shoulder and said in her usual carefree tone, "Dumpling, Mom has to go to work now. Be a good boy and listen to Dad, okay?" He grinned and waved at her absent-mindedly. "Bye, Mommy, have fun at work." A second later, little Ling was already asking his dad about deserts and sand. The handsome young man exchanged a poignant look with her, silently mouthed 3 words, and then took their son out of the room. Outside, a high-ranking government envoy was already waiting for them. Left alone, Effie took a deep breath and said quietly, "I love you too." Then the smile slowly disappeared from her face, replaced by a grim expression. She remained motionless for a while, then nodded and summoned her armor. Soon her athletic figure was covered by a skin-tight layer of polished metal, as if she had been dipped in liquid steel. She also summoned the Starlight Shard, shaping it into 2 strips of white cloth. One was tied around her waist, the other covered her chest. Effie was ready for war. Well, as much as anyone could be ready for war. Which in her experience was not much at all. Picking up the black beast locket, she hung it around her neck and walked to the door. In the corridor outside, 2 figures were waiting for her. An annoyingly stunning man with auburn hair and green eyes, and a chillingly beautiful woman with pale skin and raven-black hair. Effie erased the grim expression from her face and smiled mischievously. "Hey there, handsome. Oh, and you too, Kai. Guys, you won't believe what I saw in Bastion. Princess found herself a boyfriend. At least I think that she found him. She might have just kidnapped the poor man to do unspeakable things to him. I know she froze suddenly, looked behind her with a cautious expression, then relaxed visibly and added in a quieter tone, "I know I would if I wasn't such a prim and proper, virtuous married woman." Chapter 17:20 Hard day at work. Just a few minutes later, a majestic dragon with scales that resembled the midnight sky was flying over the endless sea of dunes, devouring distance with stunning speed. Effie and Jet were on his back, looking south with somber expressions. After a while, Effie sighed. "The situation has already changed." Jet nodded. "Yes, the city wall is breached. Western Quadrant defense forces are on approach, but the Call is wreaking havoc with their tech. The awakened vanguard was attacked by one of the Lesser Gate Guardians and managed to put it down, but their advance was stalled. So we will arrive first." Soul Reaper maintained a neutral tone, but Effie could see that she was in a grim mood. "It's not your fault. Don't beat yourself up too much." Jet glanced at her and smiled. "My fault, of course, it's not my fault. I am not someone who feels bothered by such things anyway." But despite her tough girl routine and carefully constructed facade of a cynical salary woman, she was bothered. Effie had gotten to know Soul Reaper Jet a bit during the Southern Campaign, but they became really close during the Third Nightmare. And in the 4 years since, their friendship and comradeship had continued to blossom. Jet was a professional, first and foremost. She wasn't really someone with a bleeding heart, the opposite, actually, but she took her responsibilities very seriously. As such, her cynical loyalty to the mission of preserving humanity was quite ironically much greater than the noble intent of most ardent idealists. She had already been doing her very best as a master. But now that Jet was a saint, one of the 5 saints serving the government, the scale and scope of her responsibilities were much greater. While Effie and Kai mostly dealt with military and diplomatic issues, simply executing the orders, Jet was much more knowledgeable and experienced. As such, she was involved in the administration and decision-making process of the government, influencing what orders all of them received. The government was in turmoil, too. It was in flux, drifting on the currents of history. 4 years ago, the higher echelons of the government had made a decision to throw vast resources into rapidly developing its presence in the dream realm where the future was. That was why Effie was almost permanently stationed in Bastion, while Kai spent most of his time in Ravenheart. Jet, however, had been against that strategy. She had insisted on keeping the government saints in the waking world, spread across the 3 remaining quadrants, to lessen the inevitable losses as much as possible, even at the cost of the future inferiority of the government's position in the brave new world of domains and sovereigns. It was not that she disagreed with the notion that the future of humanity lay in the dream realm. It was just that she advocated for a different allocation of resources. Sadly, she had failed to turn her opinion into policy. If she had, the current disaster could have been avoided or at least lessened. Effie sighed. "You're angry. I can smell that you're angry. Well, guess what? There's nothing better for treating anger than a good slaughter, and we'll be drowning in abominations in a few minutes, so." "There's no day like today," Jet chuckled. "You are right, sure, but also let's not use the word slaughter, okay? Makes me queasy." At that moment, Kai's pleasant voice resounded in their heads. "Ladies, if you feel queasy and are going to be sick, please wait until I land at least. Really, don't go around despoiling my scales. I have an image to uphold." Effie grinned. "Oh, what about your image? Who are you trying to impress, Queen Song's daughters?" The dragon didn't respond to her provocation. Instead, he lingered for a while and then asked, "How is Aiko doing?" Effie sighed. "Come ask her yourself. She's still pretending to be angry." "Oh, but she's doing fine, by the way. Her new boss is kind, handsome, and treats her very well." Kai answered nonchalantly, "I'm glad, as long as she's doing well." A few seconds later, he asked in the same neutral tone, "Just out of curiosity, how handsome are we talking? What about his style? Who makes his clothes?" Effie grinned and chose not to answer. In front of them, the sea of dunes slowly turned into a desolate plain, with a vast, dried riverbed cutting it like an endless scar. Far away, on the opposite side of the immense chasm, a large city stood where the river's shore had once been, shrouded in haze. Their banter abruptly stopped. The city was burning, with towering plumes of black smoke rising into the piercing blue sky. Even from that distance, Effie could see the signs of cataclysmic devastation. The toll of human lives must have been terrible. Kai, with his incredible sight, could see much more. He didn't say anything, but his silence suddenly seemed sorrowful and forlorn. Effie gritted her teeth and looked away. "Do you see it, Kai? Was the last transmission accurate?" The dragon folded his wings and rushed toward the ground. His voice was even. "Yes. 7 gates. 6 of them Category 3, 1 Category 4. The gate guardian of the latter seems to be a great devil." He paused for a moment, then added, "The city is overwhelmed. A horde of abominations is rampaging on the streets. The local garrison seems to have fallen." Jet closed her eyes for a moment. "It's good, then?" Kai asked quietly, the emotions in his voice suppressed. "Good," she nodded. "Yes. If the abominations are rampaging, it means that there's still someone alive." A moment later, the dragon landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Jet and Effie jumped off his back and approached the edge of the dry riverbed slope. Out there below them, the hastily assembled army of the Western Quadrant was assembling into a formation to assault the fallen city. In front of the mundane soldiers, the battered awakened vanguard was finishing off a wave of nightmare creatures that had wandered away from the burning ruins. They had noticed the flamboyant landing of the great dragon, and were now looking back, cheering and waving their hands in the air. Kai's fame preceded him. Effie cracked her knuckles and asked, her voice uncharacteristically somber, "A great devil, can we even handle something like that?" All three of them had become immensely powerful after transcending. The battles they had won were beyond count, and the nightmare creatures they had killed were beyond measure, and yet they had never faced a horror like that before. Only the sovereigns had. Facing a great devil was a first for them, and could very well become the last. A relaxed smile appeared on Jet's face. "What's the matter? If push comes to shove, we'll just die." "Well, the two of you will die, I'm already dead." Above them the dragon scoffed. His magnificent voice resounded above the desert, making Effie's heart tingle. That was just something Kai's draconic voice did, even if he did not use his aspect abilities. "Still, we should try to stay alive." "Well, Effie and I should. You just stay in one piece, Lady Jet," she chuckled. "All right." As we've discussed before, Kai will support the Western Quadrant forces in their advance. Effie and I will spearhead the assault, push back the abominations, and engage the Gate Guardian. There's nothing else to say. Godspeed. The beautiful dragon nodded its great head, then pushed himself off the ground and glided gracefully toward the assembled army. Jet looked at Effie, already summoning her scythe. She lingered for a moment and then said in a tone that was a little gentler than usual, "But seriously, don't die, Effie. Nightingale and I can die, but you can't. You know why? There are people waiting for you to return." For a moment Effie felt her heart tremble, just like it did every time she went into battle. It had been easy to risk her life before when she was young. But now she had things to protect and people whom she did not want to and could not allow herself to leave. Every time death snarled in her face, Effie felt guilt and shame and fear. What was she doing on the battlefield when her husband and son were somewhere else, waiting for her? Why was she being so stupid when she could have remained safe behind a citadel wall in their idyllic cottage, allowing someone else to fight and bleed and die in her place? But then she remembered. It was precisely because of little Ling and his dad that she was here, because someone had to prevent the world from collapsing on their heads and burying them under the rubble. Effie didn't particularly trust someone else to not mess everything up, so she had to build a world where her son could live a decent life with her own two hands. Thankfully, her hands were quite strong. If you wanted to do something right, you had to do it yourself. Looking at Jet, Effie grinned. "Why do you always talk about dying, big sister? Not everyone is like you. I'm not planning on kicking the bucket anytime soon. That would be such a tragedy. Imagine all the food I would not be able to eat." Laughing lightly, she shook her head and activated her transformation ability. A moment later, a titanic figure clad in polished steel rose from the dust, shining brilliantly under the incandescent sun. Chapter 17:21, Footsteps of History. Effie rose to her full height, towering 100 meters above the desert. She was like a colossus cast of lustrous steel, the gorgeous lines of her athletic body shining under the blinding sun. A beautiful war deity rising to face the tide of monstrous abominations. The white fabric of the starlight shard rippled in the wind. Expanding the two memories to fit her giant size cost a significant amount of essence, but it was worth it. Sadly, the same could not be said about the rest of her arsenal, not that there were a lot of memories in her possession that could accommodate her transformation. Even those that could were too weak to justify the expenditure. Especially because Effie had other ways to spend her essence. As soon as her transformation was complete, she activated her ascended ability. Instantly, every soldier at the bottom of the dry riverbed, those that could see her, at least felt their hearts beating faster. Their spirit and body were reinvigorated, while their strength, speed, agility, endurance, and resilience were greatly enhanced. But that was the good thing about Effie's transformation. It was hard not to notice a 100-meter-tall colossus, especially one as striking as her. Her ascended and transcendent abilities synergized beautifully to make sure that anyone on the battlefield could see her at any moment, even in the midst of a furious melee, as long as she was on the front line. The loud, reverberating roar rose from the riverbed as thousands of soldiers, both mundane and awakened, chanted in exhilaration. Raised by wolves, Saint Athena, war beast is here. Their impassioned voices were full of resolve and grim determination, and as they looked at her, Effie felt her essence being slowly replenished. Well, at least someone is in a good mood. Looking past the exultant soldiers, she gazed at the burning city. From her current height, Effie could see the eerie fissures of the nightmare gates surrounding it like 7 ghastly siege towers. One of them was especially tall, reaching even higher into the sky than she did. There were several gargantuan figures moving in the sea of nightmare creatures. The great devil was not the only calamity unleashed by the 7 gates. There were other gate guardians as well. 2 of them were even titans. A great devil, a corrupted tyrant, 2 fallen titans, and a swarm of terrors. One way or another, today's battle was going to end up in the history books. It was not quite the chain of nightmares, but definitely the worst crisis the waking world had faced since the Southern Campaign by far. What would the history books tell? That on that day, the forces of humanity triumphed valiantly over a dreadful enemy? Or that on that day, humanity mourned the loss of many of its most brilliant warriors? Even now, on the precipice of the battle, Effie could not tell. To hell with that. She grinned and kneeled, then placed the back of her hand on the ground, the open palm facing the sky. Who cares about history? This battle might seem dreadful, but it was destined to become an insignificant speck in the tapestry of horrors that awaited humanity in the coming decades. In the near future, there would be 100, 1,000 battles much more terrible than this. By the end of it all, there might be no one left to read history books, let alone write them. Such exciting times. She was definitely not going to miss them. "Cassie, are you watching?" There was a moment of silence, and then a response came, as calm and relaxed as ever. "I am," Effie smiled. "Watch well." It was Cassie's job, after all, to witness and remember everything. Down below on the ground, the tiny ant that was jet soared into the air and landed gracefully on her palm. Effie rose to her feet, gazed ahead, and took the first step forward. The ground quaked under her titanic footsteps. She leaned forward and pushed off, breaking into a sprint. The sight of the beautiful steel colossus running was both magnificent and terrifying, the sheer scale of it all escaping imagination. Awash in the echoing war chant of the advancing army, Effie leaped over the vast battle formation, the marching mundane soldiers, the wings of lumbering MWPs, the heavily armored tanks, the awakened phalanx, and crossed the dry riverbed in no more than a dozen great strides, making the world quake. Then she was among the nightmare creatures. Standing on her palm like a beautiful toy soldier, Jet shouted, "Don't slow down, proceed to the designated drop point," Effie answered with a scoff. "When have I ever slowed down?" Her voice was like the thunderous song of a divine war horn. And that was with her keeping it down. Jet was tough enough to withstand the full volume of Effie's voice, but if a mundane human happened to be too close, they would easily be crippled or outright die under its pressure. So she had developed a habit of staying silent or speaking softly when assuming the godlike form of the militant giantess. A moment later, her foot descended on a swarm of nightmare creatures, ruthlessly crushing dozens of them in one fell swoop. Some had survived, and were already trying to crawl up her shins, their fangs and claws scraping fruitlessly against the polished steel. Her armor was a supreme memory of the first tier, though so none of their attempts amounted to anything. Even if the armor was breached, Effie had her awakened ability to fall back on. As great as her offensive might was, her defenses were even more astonishing. In fact, Effie was often tempted to say that she was practically indestructible. Of course, she never did. Saying something like that was just inviting trouble. There were all kinds of nightmare creatures out there. Many of them had means of bypassing physical defense, or could deal entirely different types of damage. The moment a powerful awakened became arrogant was usually the moment they died. The spell whispered into her ear, "You have slain, you have slain, you have slain," ignoring the sonorous choir of its voice. Effie leaned forward a little and delivered a powerful kick, pulverizing an especially large abomination. The creature must have been at least a dozen meters tall and would have looked like a towering behemoth to the advancing soldiers. But to her, it was no bigger than a large rat. Its body disintegrated into a disgusting torrent of bloody liquid, and before that liquid splattered across a vast stretch of the riverbed slope, Effie was already past the foremost wave of the nightmare creatures. Nothing but devastation was left in her wake. "You have slain a corrupted monster, Maw of Kanak." A moment later, she reached the city barrier. It was quite inferior to the great walls surrounding NQSC. Not all human cities were siege capitals. After all, the true siege capitals had been constructed and received that title during the Dark Times, and there were just a few of them left standing in the world. Of course, all human cities had been turned into highly advanced strongholds after the descent of the spell, both to keep the nightmare creatures out and to make them habitable in the aftermath of the previous era. Still, the scale of their defenses varied. The ruined city in front of Effie had quite a robust wall once upon a time, but now it lay in ruins. The streets were obscured by smoke, and countless abominations were rampaging under its suffocating shroud. From this close, she could hear a terrible cacophony of crumbling buildings, bestial roars, sporadic gunfire, and human screams. There were indeed survivors there below her, which was why she had to be careful. "To your left!" Jet's shout was very timely. Turning her head, Effie saw a wide highway piercing into the heart of the city. There was a fortified railway in its middle, with a mess of overturned train cars laying on the tracks. The highway itself was crowded by military vehicles, all empty and painted red by blood. This was where the city garrison forces had tried and failed to stop the tide of abominations after the walls fell. What was important to Effie, though, was that she would be able to use the highway to reach the heart of the city without trampling countless civilians to death and toppling damaged buildings. Paving a bloody path through the horde of abominations, she stomped her way to the highway. Countless abominations perished under her footsteps. Those that were more powerful were crushed to death in her grasp, torn apart, or splattered across the concrete. Their assault was like a dark tide. Some were large enough to pose a threat to even someone as giant as her, but Effie did not only have size on her side. She also had her skill, intellect, and battle experience. The combination was truly devastating, and none of these meddling creatures could withstand her might. It would have been even more devastating if she had a proper spear and shield to wield, but alas, she did not. So Effie fought with her bare hands, or rather, with her entire body except for one hand, which was being used to carry Jet in accordance with the ancient hand-to-hand combat techniques hammered into her bones by the war maidens of the Chalice Temple. There were swarms of flying abominations as well. When those descended upon her, even Jet received an opportunity to bloody her blade. Reaching the highway, Effie advanced swiftly toward the heart of the city. As she ran, shattering the road and flattening overturned train cars and abandoned military vehicles with each step, she kept her eyes on the true threats. To her left, on the edges of the city, the colossal shape of the fallen Titan was toppling residential towers and feeding on the crushed corpses of countless humans. To her right, the massive figure of the corrupted tyrant was consuming the remains of the government compound. Another Titan was nearby, having already breached the ceiling of a deep underground shelter. And finally, far ahead on the opposite side of the city, past the shattered barrier. A vague silhouette of the great devil was towering above the local outskirts, moving slowly in the eerie silence. There were two more gate guardians spread throughout the ruins, as well, both already gazing at her and narrowing the distance, and a sea of nightmare creatures following them. Everyone wants in on the party. Finally, she reached the drop point. Effie sent a shockwave spreading from the spot where the edge of her foot had dug into the ground to stall her momentum, and came to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, her voice shook the sky with a thunderous, defiant call. "Wolf Army, charge!" Chapter 17:22. Slingshot maneuver. The wolves had been a company during the Southern Campaign, consisting of around 100 awakened and 10 times as many mundane soldiers, as well as a platoon of MWPS and a robust stable of specialized vehicles. The majority of the mundane members of the Wolf Company were not frontline specialists, but instead support personnel meant to facilitate and enhance the combat effectiveness of the awakened. However, the company had swelled in the past few years, turning into a battalion consisting of 1,000 seasoned awakened warriors and around 5,000 mundane soldiers. It had also distinguished itself as one of the most elite combat units of the government forces, earning the official title of the Wolf Army. The wolves were, first and foremost, shock troopers. They often fought in isolation from the rest of the government forces or led the attack, dropping directly into the fiercest locations on the battlefield from the Black Beast Locket. That was right. Effie not only had her own army but also often carried it around. Their most common strategy was for her to assume the giantess form, cleave her way to a strategically important point, and deploy her legion in a flash of shocking violence. It was the same today. As Effie's roar stunned the nearest nightmare creatures, rows and rows of soldiers materialized on the rubble of the burning city, as if marching out from the depths of hell. A moment later, the awakened vanguard already unleashed a barrage of arrows, projectile weapons, and long-range aspect abilities. At the same time, heavy artillery vehicles launched concussive shells, and the lumbering MWPS came to life, the barrels of their armaments blooming with fire. The melee fighters had already closed down their ranks, forming a loose phalanx. The tide of nightmare creatures descended upon them in a demented frenzy, only to be broken, torn apart, and pushed back. "Show them hell," Effie's booming voice thundered from above. Invigorated by the sight of their commander, the wolves let out ferocious howls and redoubled their efforts to eviscerate the nightmare creatures. "Cheeky bastards!" She bent down and swiped her hand across the ruins of a building, grabbing a hulking abomination and using it as a projectile to crush dozens more into bloody paste. Effie observed the battlefield from high above. For the moment, at least, everything was going according to plan. The wolves had a simple but dire objective to secure a stronghold in the ruined city that would serve as a bulwark against the horde of nightmare creatures. The 7 gates were positioned far away from the dry riverbed, so most of the abominations were amassed on the other side of the city center. The position where the wolves had deployed was on the outer edges of the center, above the largest underground civilian shelter, and close to the reserve control station responsible for the city's automated defense systems. They had to push the nightmare creatures back, establish an impregnable fire line, bring the defense systems back online, secure the perimeter, and help funnel the surviving civilians into the shelter. At the same time, the main force of the Western Quadrant Army would advance from the rear under Kai's leadership, cleanse the western part of the city from abominations, and join the Wolf Army, effectively drawing a clear battle line straight through the city center. That was the plan, at least. Of course, the entire plan depended on a single presumption, that the 3 saints would be able to slay, or at least hold back, the primary target's the gate guardians. Because no matter how elite and experienced the wolves were, and no matter how numerous the Western Quadrant army was, mortal soldiers like them were simply incapable of stopping titans, let alone facing great abominations in battle. Effie glanced at the towering figures of the two titans, both drawing closer. The corrupted tyrant seemed to be moving in the direction of the Western Quadrant army, which had already engaged in a bloody battle on the streets of the city. That one was Kai's problem now, sadly. It seemed that the reinforcements would be delayed. The true horror, though, was the great devil, which had abandoned the outskirts and crossed the ruined walls of the city, moving unhurriedly in the direction of the wolf army. The creature was still dozens of kilometers away, but its presence already felt suffocating. We can still win. In this battle, the government army had a secret weapon. That weapon was the seneschal of the great clan Valor, Saint Song of the Fallen. Information was the lifeblood of warfare, especially so when one was dealing with nightmare creatures, many of whom possessed great and terrible powers. Knowing your enemy was more often than not the difference between life and death. And with Cassie whispering into the ears of Effie, Kai, and Jet, they would know what the enemy was capable of once the abominations got within range of the dormant ability. Of course, no one except for the three of them could know that the blind seer serving the King of Swords was secretly assisting the government. It's good to have friends. As Effie thought that, Jet suddenly spoke in a calm, cold voice. I think the situation calls for the slingshot maneuver. Effie looked down, studying the tiny, beautiful woman standing on her palm. Soul Reaper's icy blue eyes were full of grim, murderous, and cold resolve. That one? Are you sure? Jet nodded, then smiled faintly. Yes, I'll stall the great devil until you and Kai are done dealing with the other gate guardians. Don't play with your food and come help me as soon as you can. Effie hesitated for a moment, holding back the words of concern. Jet was right. Dealing with two titans was already outside the realm of possibility. If the great devil was allowed to enter the fray and join forces with them, everyone would be doomed. Eventually, she simply smiled. All right, just don't kill it before we arrive, or if you do and receive a weapon memory, give it to me. You already have your legacy relic while I'm sick of fighting abominations with my bare hands. Their guts get stuck between my fingers. It's disgusting, Jet grinned. Deal. Now. Do it before I change my mind, Effie sighed, then shifted her body, slowly bringing the hand on which Jet stood back. She extended her colossal arm backward, keeping it level with her shoulder. The slingshot maneuver was not something the two of them had learned from books on military science. It was something they invented after participating in countless battles together. Well, calling it a maneuver was mostly a joke. They just liked how legitimate it sounded, which was a bit funny, considering the actual procedure. The procedure in question, meanwhile, was rather simple. Effie strained her muscles, exhaled, and slung her arm forward. Her hand rotated, the open palm facing the wind. Jet would have slid off and plummeted down if not for the fact that the pressure of acceleration pressed her into the vertical wall of polished steel. A mundane human would have been crushed by such pressure, but her transcendent body was immensely resilient. She endured, kneeling slowly and looking up. A small hurricane was raised by the passing of the colossal arm. Effie grunted and pushed her palm forward with all her might, launching Jet into the air like a supersonic missile. The Soul Reaper soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the distant great devil with terrible speed. As she did, her figure was suddenly surrounded by wisps of ghostly mist. Chapter 17:23. The flight of the Wraiths being carried around on the palm of a militant giantess was perhaps the world's most exciting amusement ride in the world, losing only to being tossed into the sky by said giantess, or maybe riding on the back of a dragon. Today, Jet had the opportunity to experience all three. Who would have thought that a neglected girl from the outskirts would one day be living such an exciting life? However, she wasn't really having fun. Nor was she living, if one wanted to be technical. Clad in a black leather armor, Jet soared across the sky. Her raven-black hair fluttered in the wind as her figure tore apart the towering pillars of smoke, the landscape of the ruined city streaking beneath her like a blur. Her icy blue eyes were burning with murderous intent. Perhaps it was for the best that she was moving much too fast to see the scenes of devastation clearly. The terrible loss of life was aggravating enough, but the irreparable damage done to the crucial infrastructure would frustrate her even more. At the end of the day, the two were one, and the same cities could not function without people, while people could not survive in this poisoned world without the protection of the cities. So, the losses humanity had suffered today were doubly great. Even if they were to win the battle and slaughtered the nightmare creatures, rebuilding the city was out of the question. Not with the focus of humanity slowly shifting toward the dream realm, and not in the aftermath of Antarctica. After today, there would be one less human city on Earth. The survivors could be relocated to other population centers, and in time, the population would grow to replenish the lost lives, but the number of cities only dwindled. Too many of them had been swallowed by the chain of nightmares, and in the years that followed, 2 more fell to the Skinwalker. This city would be the third the government lost in the last 4 years. To Jet, losing a city felt like being robbed of her personal belongings. It was sad, humiliating, and deeply distasteful. She had made a commitment to work for the government a long time ago, and as such, any defeat that the mission of the government suffered was a personal slight. Those bastards. Jet wasn't really sure who she was referring to, the nightmare creatures, or the people who had pushed back against her desire to allocate more precious resources to the waking world. It was not like she did not understand the inevitable future. The waking world, their world, was not ending yet, but its trajectory was already clear. There were already more nightmare gates opening each year than ever before, and the median category of those gates was slowly climbing toward a complete disaster. Most importantly, the sovereigns were in the dream realm, not only because they chose to be there, but also because it was hard for them to enter the waking world, as if their very existence was denied by it. So, even if a new supreme was born in the future, they wouldn't be able to remain here continuously and protect the cradle of humanity. Therefore, a single Category 5 gate would spell doom to all who remained. Which wasn't that bad, actually. Jet wasn't a reactionary hellbent on remaining on Earth simply because that was where she had been born. In fact, she understood better than most that adaptability was humanity's greatest weapon. Why wouldn't they resettle into a new world if their own was dying? In fact, for every city that had been destroyed in the waking world, several were founded in the dream realm. The government would have to relocate their efforts there as well. It was just that, in her opinion, even the best of her colleagues were panicking. The trauma delivered by the chain of nightmare was too great, even if few people acknowledged it. And since they were panicking, they were rushing too much. So she was forced to clean up their messes. Because of the rush, the government forces were too late to prevent this city's destruction. How ironic. Sometimes, she regretted that there wasn't anyone else among the people wielding power who had come from the outskirts. If there had been just one person who shared her mindset. But wasn't it a pipe dream for someone from the outskirts to survive the gauntlet of the nightmare spell? Even she could not claim to have truly survived it. Streaking across the sky like a deadly missile, Jet kept her gaze trained on the great devil and gritted her teeth. A split second later, she activated her transformation ability. Her flesh turned into a ghostly mist, and a few moments later, there was a spectral wraith in the sky above the dying city. The wraith form had many advantages in battle, but it was also quite handy if one had been tossed like a dart by an unreasonably strong giantess, since being a ghost could prevent them from turning into thin film splattered across several kilometers of ragged terrain upon landing. Not that Jet would. With her special physique, she could strike the ground like a meteor and climb out of the crater in one piece if a little battered. Still, a soft landing was better this time, sadly. The landing was not going to be particularly soft. She was dropping right on top of a great devil after all. Effie's aim was immaculate. In the last few moments before plummeting to the ground, Jet snarled coldly and turned her scythe into a kopish. By now, her legacy relic had reaped countless souls. The strongest of them had belonged to a great monster, and so it was equal to a supreme weapon of the second tier. Of those countless souls, 5 were currently bound by the relic, 1 for each of the 5 forms it could turn into. Jet could consume them to replenish her essence if her own reserves ran dry. Apart from that, each of the bound souls granted a mystical effect to the corresponding weapon, akin to an enchantment. The soul dwelling in the black kopish had belonged to a corrupted terror once, and a dreadful one at that. The effect granted by its soul to the sickle sword was that anyone cut by it would fall into a debilitating lethargy, losing the motivation to fight, move, and eventually even breathe. Of course, powerful enemies could resist the insidious lethargy somewhat, but would still be weakened a little with each strike. As such, the kopish was the most suitable of the Mist Blade's forms when dealing with an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, and that was what Jet was dealing with now. A great devil at that moment, a soft voice resounded in her ears. He is the great devil Heart of Kanakhet, the remnant of a cursed king. His power is to command the souls of the dead. He also wields the power of curses and is a wraith himself. His body is made of sand and is all but immune to physical damage. Worst of all, his soul can't be destroyed until all the souls he commands are scattered, and they are legion. I am sorry, Jet, it's a bad match. Jet grinned. Thank you. How fitting. The great devil she was about to face was also of the undead tribe, a fellow wraith. His powers did not exactly counter her own, but rather rendered them futile. It was indeed a bad match, or maybe the best, considering that few people except her had even a tiny chance of destroying him. In any case, her determination to slay the abominations only grew stronger, because as much as the Heart of Kanakhet was a bad match for her aspect, he was a perfect match for her legacy relic. Absorbing his soul would not only elevate its overall power by 2 tiers, but also grant one of the Mist Blade's forms a powerful effect that had a good chance of having synergy with her aspect. Now then, all that remained was to actually kill this great devil. Or at least survive long enough for Effie and Kai to arrive. Jet slowed down her descent and glided gracefully to the shattered ground. Her ghostly kopish pointed forward. There, in front of her, a towering figure was slowly walking through the burning ruins, surrounded by a haze of screaming souls. Chapter 1724. Nightsinger, press forward. They are flanking us. Second company, fall back. We need an ascended here. Across the wide stretch of burning ruins, the Western Quadrant army was fighting against the disorganized horde of nightmare creatures. The tide of abominations continuously crashed into the phalanx of the awakened warriors, quenching the flames that burned all around them with their fetid blood. The mundane soldiers followed behind, supporting the awakened and sweating inside their powered armor suits. The heavy artillery had remained in the riverbed, waiting for precise targeting data. They didn't dare to fire after the initial salvos, afraid to implicate the civilians who might have still been alive somewhere out there, among the smoke-filled streets. However, the MWPS still pushed forward. The influence of the nightmare gates was messing with their electronics, but after the rich experience of dealing with it in Antarctica, the scientists of humanity had made leaps in shielding technology. so the lumbering war machines could fully exert their overwhelming firepower for now. It was a heroic sight, but usually, even such a large expedition force would have been ill-prepared to face the vast horde of nightmare creatures, especially in the hellish conditions of urban warfare. Nevertheless, today, the soldiers of the Western Quadrant were valiantly pushing into the depths of the city and eradicating the nightmare creatures at a startling pace. There were two reasons for that. One reason was the shining silhouette of Saint Athena, who towered above the burning city in the distance. The sight of her not only lifted the spirits of the soldiers, but also imbued their bodies with ferocious power. Awakened were affected more, but even the mundane fighters showcased inhuman strength, speed, and endurance. What would not have been possible on any other day was possible today. The other reason: fall. A deep, thunderous, chilling voice rolled across the burning ruins, crashing into the horde of abominations like a tidal wave. Countless nightmare creatures staggered and toppled to the ground. Others pressed forward despite its domineering power, however. Their movements were drowsy and weak, as if they were struggling against an overwhelming compulsion. That was the moment when the soldiers of the Western Quadrant army advanced, cutting into the mass of dazed nightmare creatures like a sharp knife. The human warriors were strengthened by the war beast, while their enemy was weakened by the Nightsinger. Together, the powers of the two saints reigned on the battlefield. Kai folded his wings and plummeted down. His great maw opened, and an eerie, melodious, otherworldly sound escaped from it, akin to a haunting song. That song made all the other sounds of the ruined city: the roaring of flames, the groans of crumbling buildings, the clangor of steel, the howls of monstrous creatures, the thunderous drums of the cannonade dissolve into background noise. A moment later, the song crashed into a swarm of nightmare creatures led by a hulking behemoth, causing their bodies to explode into gruesome fountains of crimson liquid. It was as if they were torn apart by an invisible blast. A transcendent sonic attack was an insidious thing. Rushing along the stretched battle line with tremendous speed, Kai flew through the expanding cloud of crimson haze and wasted a split second to observe the ruins. His vision spread far and wide, piercing through soil, concrete, and alloy. There was nowhere it couldn't reach, and instantly the whole city was perceived by him. What he saw was gruesome and sickening. Countless human corpses, countless people dying as he watched. Frightened civilians hiding in their homes or underground shelters, fear and sorrow written on their faces. Ashes, flames, and loss on a scale that the human mind could not comprehend. And of course, the nightmare creatures. The wolf army was pushing abominations back in the heart of the city. Effie was moving to intercept the approaching titans. Jet had just reached the sinister figure of the great devil. And closest of all, the corrupted tyrant barreling in the direction of the Western Quadrant soldiers. I need to kill it quick. The wolves were holding up well, but that was temporary. If the reinforcements did not arrive on time, the casualties would start to mount. Worse still, Effie would have to fight against two titans alone, and Jet would have to face the great devil alone. The more time he wasted, the more people would die. Just at that moment, like a lifeline, Cassie's calming voice resounded in his mind, whispering the secrets of his enemy. Kai spread his wings and rushed forward. As he flew above the carnage, his song shattered the most threatening of the abominations advancing on the awakened phalanx, while his words made the rest stagger and lose strength. Despair, fear, kneel. His essence was evaporating like morning dew. There were countless winged nightmare creatures clamoring to rip into his flesh as well. He tore them apart with his talons, shredded their flesh with his fangs, and broke their bones with his tail. Leaving the Western Quadrant army behind, Kai remained alone above a sea of abominations. A hail of attacks enveloped him, coming both from the ground and from the air. He shrugged them off, evaded some of the abominations, and killed others. And all that time, He could see scattered survivors looking at the sky all across the city. Some of them were numb and terrified, thinking that the midnight dragon was another dreadful abomination. Some seemed to recognize him, looking up with desperate hope. The expressions of the latter hurt him more, because he knew that, for many of them, maybe most of them, there would be no salvation, because in this world weakness was a sin and they were sinners. Kai was no stranger to that sin either. True, the days when he considered himself weak and unworthy to be in the company of his friends were long gone. After years of leading soldiers and surviving the most terrible hells, Kai wasn't shameless enough to proclaim that he lacked strength. No, he was strong. But his strength was still lacking. If he was stronger, more people would survive and his friends would return from the battle with fewer scars. Sadly, he was already close to the pinnacle of what a human could achieve. It was so strange. Who could have thought that someone like him, a gentle and shy kid overly interested in music and fashion, would end up this way? Still, there were ways to gain greater strength. Opening his maw, Kai spoke. Be stronger. This time he was speaking to himself. Be faster. His mighty, winged body was suddenly overcome by a surge of energy. Be sharper. A moment later, he sent a destructive sonic wave spreading outward in a wide cone. Countless nightmare creatures were swept away by the invisible power of his song. A vast cloud of dust and debris instantly flew into the sky, which was suddenly void of suffocating smoke. In the middle of the devastated cone, the corrupted tyrant staggered as the sound blast crashed into it. The dreadful abomination was not killed, of course, or even seriously wounded. But that was not what Kai had wanted. All he had wanted was to distract the enemy for a moment. Knowing that his commands would not have a strong and immediate effect on an enemy of that class and rank, he simply rushed to the ground and opened his maw. In the next second, his sharp fangs bit into the tyrant's neck. Chapter 17:25. Silent clash. A wide street was shrouded in darkness, framed by the burning buildings and billowing smoke. The ground was littered with rubble and broken vehicles. Here and there, human bodies lay in the pools of blood, covered with dust. A woman with raven-black hair and icy blue eyes was standing in the middle of the ruined road, holding a black sickle sword. In front of her, a towering figure was moving slowly across the rubble, each of its steps exerting an invisible pressure on the world. The creature was surrounded by a haze of swirling sand, with only a vague silhouette of a gaunt human visible behind its veil. 1,000 screaming souls shrouded the ancient devil like a mantle. Jet looked at him coldly. I hear that you are called the Heart of Canaket. Nice to meet you. I am called Soul Reaper Jet. A dark smile appeared on her pale face. This is my city, so prepare to die. The great devil halted, looking down at her through the veil of sand. The whirlwind of souls surrounding it parted, revealing 2 gaping pools of darkness. Ghostly flames ignited in their depths, piercing her with a gaze of indescribable malice and hunger. Then a rustle of a myriad of whispers rose like a tide, enveloping her in a cold embrace. Jet did not know the words of the ancient language the fiend spoke, but understood them regardless with the help of the spell. Broken, thing, bow, submit, surrender. Succumb. She felt a powerful compulsion press her into the ground, as if 1,000 invisible hands were pulling her soul down. However, the weight of her shattered soul was too great for them to move it even by a millimeter. Jet's smile widened. She raised her sword and took a step forward. In your dreams. A split second later, her ghostly figure dashed toward the devil. Jet possessed an unusual soul. Her core was like a vast sphere of shattered crystal, countless shards pressed messily together to form a jagged sun. Her radiant essence constantly leaked through the gaps between the shards, but in return, the more living beings she killed, the more her broken soul core grew. And Jet had slaughtered countless beings over the years, since that was the only way for her to survive. By now, her core was massive like a giant star, burning furiously in the cold darkness of her desolate soul. Not only that, but her dead flesh could absorb much more essence than that of someone who was truly alive, which granted her tremendous physical strength. Strangely enough, that physical might also translated to the dire power of her wraith form. Moving like a ghost, Jet appeared in front of the great devil and lashed out with her sword. All of it happened in an instant, too fast to be discerned by mundane eyes. Of course, the eyes of the great devil were not at all mundane. The figure hidden in the sand shifted, raising a hand to swat away her strike. At the same time, the sand rose like a giant palm, repeating its movements. However, the mist blade was not swept away. Instead, it passed through the sand and cut deeply into the ancient fiend's soul. A moment later, a building to their left exploded into a cloud of dust, obliterated by the giant hand of sand, and one of the myriads of souls subjugated by the heart of Kanakut dissolved into nothingness, receiving the cut on his behalf. The abomination sustained no damage at all. It was only affected a little by the lethargic power of the black kopish, shrugging it off a split second later. 1,000 spears of sand shot from his towering figure, moving too fast to be dodged at such a close distance. They passed through Jet's ghostly figure without doing any damage as well. She jumped back, knowing that this advantage of hers would not last for too long, and indeed the silhouette hiding inside the sand tilted its head slightly. Then, the sand settled back onto it, forming the shape of a gaunt giant. Instead, the haze of screaming souls flowed forward like a raging river, threatening to tear her own apart. Soul attack! Jet gritted her teeth. This was going to be unpleasant. She pushed off the ground, weaving between the falling pieces of the toppled building to evade the torrent of souls. In her perception, the jagged pieces of torn alloy and shattered concrete were floating down slowly, nearly static. The great devil's attack, however, was almost too fast to react. In the next several seconds, the burning street turned into a furious battlefield. Two wraiths, one made of mist, the other of sand, clashed in eerie silence, no sound produced by their ghostly steps. Only the sand rustled as it brushed against the rubble. Despite the devastating power unleashed by them, not even a single particle of dust was disturbed by their battle. The pillars of smoke were not torn apart by the hurricane wind, the scorching flames were not extinguished. The ground did not quake and the sky did not shatter. That was because Jet was intangible, and so were her attacks. The harrowing storm of phantoms pursuing her was similarly aimed at her soul. If their battle had been happening on the material plane, though, the entire district might have already been flattened, turning into a smoldering ruin like many other districts of the city already had. Damn it! Jet reeled back, pierced by excruciating pain. She had delivered a rain of blows to the ancient fiend, but what was the point? Her insidious power, which had served her splendidly across countless battlefields, was almost entirely useless against the vile power of the heart of Kanakut. Instead of cutting his soul, she was simply destroying the phantoms he had consumed. And they were indeed legion. There must have been millions of people living in the outskirts, where the great devil had been wandering before her arrival, and very few had escaped his bloodlust. Even if less than 1% of the victims had joined the whirlpool of souls, Jet would have to land thousands of strikes to destroy them all. Each of the attacks she failed to evade, however, dealt direct damage to her own soul. It was vast and tenacious, true, but in this war of attrition, Jet was still doomed to lose. Why did this bastard have to wield power over souls? Jet dodged a rustling torrent of haze and slashed at it with her sword, obliterating another unfortunate specter. Sadly, these specters were not actual beings, but instead parts of the great devil. Therefore, destroying them did not replenish her essence. Essence exhaustion was one of Jet's fears, perhaps even her only true fear. For all other awakened, Losing all of their essence simply meant enduring a period of powerlessness and not feeling well. But to her, it meant death, true death, the final and irreversible obliteration of her being. What was worse, Jet wasn't sure that she would be able to control herself when facing this slow and excruciating dissolution. The few times she had come close to exhausting all her essence, well, she didn't really want to remember them. She had done a few shameful things. Unsurprisingly, pushing her limits to battle a great devil consumed an ocean of soul essence. Jet wasn't panicked yet, because her reserves were many times deeper than those of most other saints. More than that, 5 powerful souls were bound to her mist blade if push came to shove. She would consume them one after another, postponing the inevitable. Still, even if she miraculously won today, the sea of soul essence she had accumulated would be all but spent. Jet would have to collect it again, drop by drop. Such a chore, killing, had become a chore a long time ago for her. Sometimes she dreamt of being free of her flaw and living a peaceful life somewhere where there was no need to ever spill the blood of living beings. Not that there was such a place anywhere in the two worlds for someone like her. Those dreams were rare and silly, though. Most of the time, Jet was quite content with her life. Not at the moment, though. She evaded another attack nimbly and delivered a ruthless strike to the abomination, then jumped back, phasing through a melting wall. The sand followed. Despite the harrowing might and vile powers of the great devil, she was still holding her own. She was still fighting, full of resolve to see the fiend die. Why wouldn't she kill him? She had killed countless bastards who thought that they were stronger than her and were stronger than her already. Strength didn't decide who lived and who died. Jet did. Come, follow me more, hurt me more, waste time on me more. If there was one blessing about this excruciating fight, it was that the curse of lethargy affecting the heart of Kanakhat was slowly accumulating. Its effects were not significant yet, and yet Jet could feel that the devil was struggling a little to maintain his unceasing assault. Ignoring the pain, Jet felt a dark grin twist her lips. She retreated, one step at a time. Perhaps she was not powerful enough yet to slay the heart of Kanakhat, but luckily she wasn't alone. Just like the devil had a legion of souls to protect him, she had an army too. She had Effie and Kai. So she just had to preoccupy the bastard until they arrived. Surrounded by smoke and flame, suffering the assault of a great devil, Jet smiled viciously and laughed. Chapter 1726, Strategic Solution. The wolves were pushing the abominations back. A team of specialists already gained access to the reserve control station of the city's automated defense systems, working on bringing them those that had not been destroyed, at least online. Makeshift barricades were being constructed, and there was even a trickle of civilians being guided to the shelter already. Effie had assisted her soldiers as best she could. She had personally eliminated the most threatening abominations in the vicinity of the wolf army and made sure that her soldiers were not overwhelmed by the tide of abominations. But now, to make sure that they were not annihilated, she had to sortie into the city and face the enemy on her own. Fighting a Titan was not a problem. Effie was plenty Titanic herself. However, this time, there were 2 walking calamities approaching her soldiers. One was a towering giant, not much smaller than she was, his body carved from obsidian stone. The giant had 6 hands, each holding an archaic weapon. His head had 4 bestial faces, one on each side, waterfalls of blood spilling from 4 terrible maws. The bastard had swallowed countless humans and was hungering for more. The other Titan was grotesque and disgusting. It was vaguely insect-like in appearance, with a bulging, fleshy hump rising dozens of meters into the sky from its back. The chitinous body was almost invisible under that mountain of flesh, and there was a noxious miasma drifting around the revolting creature like a vile haze. What troubled Effie the most was that there were 2 of the gargantuan abominations. Even worse, they were approaching the wolf army from different directions. If she rushed to face one, the other would trample her soldiers, leaving none alive. Those wretched things. Usually she would not have been miserly on the swear words, but ever since becoming a mother, Effie had been trying to clean up her speech, with varying degrees of success. Letting out a chilling growl, she threw a burning gaze at the obsidian giant, then turned away decisively and pushed her colossal body into an earth-shattering run. The crawling horror was closer, and so she had decided to deal with it first. She had decided to do something else as well. It was a bold new strategic solution that would not lose to the glorious genius of her patented slingshot maneuver. Of course, Effie would have to try her damnedest to make sure the thing actually worked. Leaping over a sprawling park with one tremendous jump, she caused the ponds located on its premises to spill out of their shores with her thunderous landing, and barreled toward the Titan. The creature was enormous, but the top of its bulging hump barely reached her abdomen. Its flesh also seemed strangely porous. Of course, Effie already knew why. As she was closing in on the monstrosity, it crawled forward and straightened its segmented legs. At the same time, a strange ripple spread over the gargantuan hump of its back. Effie scowled and held her breath, which wasn't easy because of her flaw. Nevertheless, it was necessary. In the next moment, countless holes opened in the mountain of flesh, expelling long plumes of the noxious miasma. It shrouded the Titan like a cloud spreading outward to cover a vast stretch of the city. Effie's face darkened. There had still been survivors in that district. Not anymore. Curse you. But that was not all. Following the miasma, numerous black rods were expelled from the holes in the creature's fleshy body. As they shot into the sky, the rods spread translucent wings and unfolded segmented legs, turning into a vast swarm of monstrous dragonflies. They seemed like tiny vermin to Effie, but of course, each creature was at least a meter long, easily capable of ripping an adult man to shreds. The undulating wall of the dragonfly swarm swirled around the crawling Titan, whose hump had deflated somewhat. Ah, damnation! Effie allowed her supreme armor to envelop her face, turning into a beautiful mask of polished steel that perfectly copied the contours of her face. A tall white plume fluttered in the wind like a river of silk threads. Here we go. She extended both her hands to the sides, lingered for a moment, and then forcefully brought them together, making her palms collide. A thunderous clap resounded above the city, shaking the heavens. Her clap was so forceful that it produced an actual shockwave, causing several buildings inside the cloud of miasma to explode with dust and crumble. The cloud itself was torn apart and pushed away from the city by the hurricane wind. Even the monstrous dragonflies were dazed, a breach appearing in the defensive wall of abominations surrounding the Titan. Leaning down, Effie plunged into that breach and enveloped the crawling horror's gargantuan body with her arms. Its fleshy hump pressed tightly against her torso, smearing disgusting fluid all across the polished breastplate. Struggling against the desire to retch, she dug her fingers into the abomination's soft belly. Effie could feel the fetid liquid trying to corrode her armor. She could also feel the creature's sharp claws scratching against her shins and leaving deep grooves in the polished metal. It didn't matter. She could withstand the attacks of the Titan for a few seconds, especially before it regained its bearings and got serious about breaching her armor. If there are two hostile forces attacking from different directions, the strategic move would be, gritting her teeth, Effie strained every muscle in her colossal body. She rarely had a chance to push against the limits of her strength, but today was one of those days. No, actually, she had never done something that crazy before, at least not after becoming a saint. Killing the Titan would take too long and compromise her soldiers. She felt confident that she could kill the crawling horror, but not that she would slay it fast enough to prevent the obsidian giant from reaching the position of the wolf army. So, arg! a muffled growl escaped from beneath her polished mask. It felt as though her muscles would burst and her spine would snap, but instead her feet plunged into the ground. At the same time, the Titan's segmented legs rose above it. Growling, Effie pulled upward and lifted the gargantuan body of the crawling horror into the air. So heavy. She didn't stop at that, though. As her growl turned into a roar, she exhaled and tossed the Titanic being into the air. The strategic move would be to move the hostile forces to the same location. Effie had not just tossed the revolting abomination away. She had thrown it directly at the second Titan, whose lumbering figure was towering above the ruins in the distance. Looking at the crawling horror fly, its comically tiny body finally revealed from under the giant fleshy hump, its segmented legs moving in what seemed like panic. She couldn't help but frown. How come all my strategic solutions always end up as me tossing someone at someone else, though? The sight of the massive Titan flying across the sky was so stunning that even the nightmare creatures on the ground stopped in confusion. The human soldiers, who had developed a habit of glancing at Effie's towering figure frequently, did not miss the bizarre and baffling sight either. Perhaps both the abominations and the humans had a similar thought. I am seeing things right. They weren't. The only creature who wasn't confused was the obsidian giant, because the crawling horror was flying directly at him. Even though the four-faced Titan was as tall as Effie, he would still be buried under the mountain of flesh if she managed to hit her target, and she had impeccable aim. The giant moved, bringing one of his 6 weapons up. Then, it ruthlessly fell down. The stone mace struck the crawling horror in the air, damaging its body and slamming it into the ground. A lake of fetid blood flowed out of the wounds of the revolting abominations, drowning several streets. The obsidian giant had avoided being struck by the Titanic projectile. However, no sooner than the crawling horror hit the ground, the visage of a beautiful steel colossus was revealed from behind its enormous body, barreling toward the 2 Titans at terrifying speed. Her exquisite mask was emotionless and eerily calm. Behind it, though, Effie's lips were twisted into a bestial snarl, and her eyes burned with murderous fury. Die. Chapter 1727. A brawl of titanic proportions, the crawling horror was not as tall as Effie and the obsidian giant, but it was still a titanic creature. Therefore, its vast body had obscured the giant's view for a few moments before being struck down. Effie used these moments to shorten the distance between her and the enemy, unseen. By the time the enormous abomination smashed into the ground, the obsidian giant barely had any time to react. All he could see was a steel colossus rushing at him with great speed, her body the picture of physical excellence and perfect athletic form. The white plume of her helmet fluttered behind her like a foaming stream. The earth quaked with each of her graceful but thunderous strides. Effie did not waste any time to attack. She was unarmed, but that did not mean that she was powerless. Leaping over the scrambling, crawling horror, she planted her feet into the ground and grabbed the hand of the obsidian giant that had swatted the abomination down. Then, leaning back, she balanced on one foot and raised her other leg, bending it at the knee. A split second later, her foot shot forward like a demolishing siege ram and delivered a devastating sidekick to the chest of the 6-armed Titan. A deafening thunderclap rolled over the burning city, and an invisible shockwave tore apart the billowing smoke. The power of Effie's kick was so harrowing that a net of cracks appeared on the black obsidian of the Titan's chest. The giant himself staggered back, his movements seeming slow because of his tremendous size. The obsidian giant would have been sent flying back and toppled to the ground, flattening dozens of buildings, if not for the fact that Effie was still gripping his hand. At the same time as the dreadful mass of the Titan's colossal body pushed him back, she growled and twisted his arm, pulling it in the opposite direction. Effie used the rebound from her kicks to her advantage, adding it to her strength and channeling terrifying strain into the obsidian. There was a sound of cracking stone, and an ominous groan of something that should have been indestructible being torn. In the next moment, the elbow joint of the obsidian giant exploded into a rain of jagged shards. They rained down like meteors, causing clouds of dust to rise into the air. Effie wrenched the Titan's arm, tearing it from the socket entirely, and then ripping it off. Finally free of her grasp, the six-armed abomination was tossed back, of course. By then, he was a five-armed abomination already. Most importantly, crushing the fingers of the torn hand, Effie grasped one of the obsidian giant's weapons. A colossal black mace fell snugly into her grip, and a ferocious smile twisted her lips behind the mask. Now she wasn't unarmed anymore. Two titans. Her voice boomed above the ruins, making the sky tremble. Effie took a step forward. One is made of stone, the other is disgusting. Neither is edible. What's the point of your misbegotten existence? With that, she lunged into the forest of obsidian weapons. The giant had already recovered from her strike and launched a barrage of attacks, his five remaining arms moving like the spokes of a gargantuan wheel. By then, the crawling horror had already come to its senses. Despite the fact that the abomination had been wounded and removed from its potent defenses, the cloud of miasma, and the swarm of monstrous dragonflies, it was still a dreadful creature. Its enormous body deflated, and then a tide of enormous tentacles shot from beneath it, aiming to wrap around Effie's legs. You! Caught by surprise, Effie swayed. She managed to block three of the giant's weapons with the black mace, but two more struck her on the shoulder, sending a powerful shock through her body and producing a river of sparks as they scraped against the polished steel of her armor. Crap! The powerful tentacles of the crawling horror were restricting her movements, enveloping both of her legs and one arm. At the same time, the obsidian giant was raining blows on her from above. She managed to protect her head, but her torso was being battered, the breastplate on the verge of bending inward. The supreme armor still held, but it had a limit, too. Effie was a rank above the two vile creatures, but 6 classes below them. At the end of the day, though, what mattered the most was that she simply did not have enough limbs to contend with them both. You bastards! Growling, she tried to rip the tentacles apart with pure strength, but the spongy flesh was too slippery and elastic. She tried to break off another arm of the obsidian giant with a powerful strike of her mace, but to no avail. 3 of his weapons blocked her strike, while 2 more crashed into her helmet. All she achieved was becoming dazed. The situation seemed dire. What to do? Effie growled furiously and then dismissed her helmet, as if inviting the dreadful giant to smash her skull. And indeed, an obsidian sword instantly fell from above, aiming to slice it open. She looked up, placing her face in the path of the gargantuan blade, and caught it with her teeth. A dark joy ignited in Effie's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled upward in a vicious grin. Then she tightened her jaw, shattering the obsidian blade. The dreadful giant was left holding only a hilt. He moved, planning to bring his 4 remaining weapons down upon her, but at that moment Effie looked at him, her teeth still bared in a grin. A split second later her lips moved, and she spat a jagged shard of the gargantuan sword at his face. The fragment of the obsidian blade was shot through the air with the speed of a supersonic missile and plunged into the giant's eye, utterly destroying it. Even though the Titan had 7 more left, he still flinched back. That gave Effie all the time she needed. Stopping her struggle against the crawling horror who had been trying to pull her down to the ground, she suddenly kneeled and bit into the largest tentacle, tearing it apart with her teeth. The revolting abomination let out a terrifying screech and reeled away, a river of fetid blood spilling from the severed tentacle. Effie spat the revolting flesh out, drowning a sea of flames below in a torrent of blood, and grimaced. Arg! It tastes like tastes like crap. Using the momentary weakness of the vile Titan, she used her trapped arm to grab another tentacle, pulled it to her mouth, and bit it apart as well. Both of her arms were free. The obsidian giant was already towering above, his 4 remaining weapons raised to crush her head. Effie lunged forward from her kneeling position. Her shoulder collided with the Titan's abdomen, and her arms whipped around to embrace him. Then, a bestial growl escaped from between her bloodied lips. The armor on her back split under 4 devastating blows, but her awakened ability stopped the obsidian weapons from doing serious harm. She mustered all of her strength and lifted the obsidian giant into the air. Not too high, but just enough to rob him of any leverage. And away we go. Twisting her spine, Effie bent backwards and threw the Titan over herself, performing a messy suplex. Of course, she didn't slam the obsidian giant into the ground. She slammed him into the crawling horror. The world shuddered, deep fissures opening in the cracked earth. And by the time the 2 battered Titans recovered, a graceful winged shadow fell on them from above, followed by an eerie song that washed over their bodies like a crushing wave. Chapter 1728, Cost of Time. The Heart of Canac. Suffering unbearable pain, Jet continued to fight the great devil calmly. Her mind was cold and focused, methodically calculating every move and motion of the enemy. She was unable to destroy him, but the abomination could not bring her down, either as the 2 of them fought, the harrowing fury of their battle boiling in eerie silence. Time continued to flow. She was drawing the clash as much as she could, callously luring the ancient fiend to his eventual end. Once Effie and Kai arrived, how do we kill him then? Kai would be able to weaken the great devil with the power of his voice. Effie would be able to deal some damage to the abominable creature with the help of the Starlight Shard, but not enough damage, considering that it was merely an ascended memory of the 5th tier. The white cloth could shine beautifully in the darkness, as well as imbue her weapons with a rare type of elemental damage, one that wasn't that useful, apart from being able to cut intangible things. It was a bit ironic that the only way to fight the terrible Wraith had been given to her for slaying the Lord of the Dead. If Jet remembered correctly, that was the name of the fallen tyrant Effie had killed on the Forgotten Shore. Something moved in her mind. Still, none of it is enough to kill the Heart of Canac. The most useful thing Effie would be able to do in this battle was augmenting Jet with her ascended ability. However, Jet was powerless against the great devil. Unless she could deliver him 10,000 cuts, the fiend would not go down. However, as Jet moved between the raging storm of screaming souls, slashing the whirling hurricane of sand with a blade made of mist, she felt a seed of an idea or a revelation, maybe, bloom in her mind. What was I thinking about? The Heart of Canac. The name was quite peculiar. Jet did not know what Canac was, but she had a strange suspicion. That suspicion came from the name of another abomination, a corrupted monster Effie had killed soon after entering the city, and something she had read in a history book. It was a strange thing, really. Jet had never been that interested in history, only learning enough to understand the modern world. However, at some point, and for a reason that she remembered only vaguely, she developed a liking for it. Perhaps it was because of meeting someone who was very enthusiastic about ancient cultures, and being secretly displeased at not having enough knowledge to sustain a conversation. She couldn't remember who it had been exactly, though. Maybe one of the Army command officers back in Antarctica, or someone at the academy, which she often visited to enjoy the food in the instructor's cafeteria. In any case, Jet had read about a strange custom that ancient humans had here, in the Western Quadrant, once upon a time. They prepared their dead for burial in quite a peculiar way, removing all the organs from the bodies before placing them in opulent tombs. There was even a legend about a god whose body had been cut apart and then assembled back together, bringing him back to life. The Heart of Canac, the Maw of Canac. She wondered if there were also the hand of Canak, the lungs of Canak, the horns of Canak. Cassie had said that the great devil was the remnant of a cursed king. Maybe that king had been cut into parts, just like that ancient god. And maybe those parts were kept apart to prevent him from coming back to life like the ancient god had. Why was Jet suddenly thinking about that? She wasn't quite sure yet. The hateful giant of sand was pursuing her relentlessly. The whirlwind of souls surrounding him was just as plentiful as it had been before, as if she had not depleted it even a little. The great devil had slowed down, somewhat, because of the accumulated weight of unnatural lethargy, but that was all. The corrupted terror whose soul was bound to the Black Copish had infected an entire city in the eastern quadrant with lethal sloth. The loss of life was tragic, and if Jet had not hunted the creature down in time, it would have become calamitous. But all it could do to the heart of Canak was reduce his speed a bit. Tough bastard! Jet retreated, phasing through a blackened wall. The sand followed her, spilling through the cracks and broken windows before coalescing back into the shape of a gaunt giant. Another flurry of attacks descended upon her, but wasn't it strange? Due to her transformation ability, Jet could become an intangible wraith. Her body was like mist, but that mist was not mundane. It could not be scattered by the wind or dispelled by flames, for example. It could pass through solid objects or move underwater. That was because what looked like mist was not mist at all, but simply a manifestation of her power. Of course, Jet could return to her corporeal form at any moment. The heart of Canak, though, was tangible and intangible at the same time. The sand comprising his body never phased through the walls like she did, simply penetrating the cracks and gaps in a quite mundane way. Why did the ancient wraith need the shell of sand to begin with? She barely dodged another storm of souls, each of the myriad of them like a screaming blade, and grimaced. Her reserves of essence were running dangerously low. Feeling a bit regretful, Jet consumed one of the souls bound to her mist blade. That soul belonged to a corrupted tyrant she had killed in Verge, in front of the gruesome wall of flesh that marked the point where the harrowing, mindless mass of the first Seeker's sprawling body began. The silent battle continued, and she endured more excruciating pain. Soon, she was forced to consume another soul. That one belonged to a corrupted titan that had fallen to her blade under the walls of a government citadel in the dream realm. The battle against the dreadful creature had cost a lot of lives, but the citadel withstood the calamity in the end. Jet continued to retreat, buying time. Sometime later, she absorbed the soul in the Black Copish. It belonged to a corrupted terror she had slain in South America. Jet had had to cash in a favor that Saint Neve of the House of Night owed her to make it across the ocean in time with his help. She was starting to falter. The fourth soul dissolved into a torrent of essence that watered her desolate soul. The fourth soul had belonged to one of the saints who had completed his third nightmare in the wake of Antarctica. The public did not know about him, because the man had gone mad soon after transcending. The scars dealt to his psyche by the chain of nightmares were too deep, and his life ended in tragedy. Of course, a much greater tragedy had been prevented by stopping him in time. Jet let out a stifled hiss and staggered back, clutching at her chest. This time, the blow she had failed to evade was too vicious. She consumed the fifth and final soul. This one belonged to the great monster she had slain in Antarctica. She had gone there to find and kill that abominable thing, Winter Beast, but to her dismay, it was already dead. In the absence of the powerful Titan, several dreadful nightmare creatures crossed the strait from East Antarctica to claim its land. Jet had recklessly fought one of them to satiate her smoldering anger. Not good. There were no more souls to consume. Well, there was one her own. Smiling, Jet regained her balance and raised her sword. Her cold gaze fell on the approaching devil. "Hey, heart of Canak, Her voice was calm and full of dark amusement. "I know your secret. Also, you took too long. It's too late now, bastard." A great dragon landed on the burning building to her left, and a giant foot encased in polished steel landed on the rubble to her right. There would be no need to consume her own soul today. Her reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 1729, Three Saints and a Devil. The three saints faced the great devil, standing like a wall between him and the distant troops. For a moment none of them moved. The abomination was studying the new enemies with its hollow eyes, while Jet and her comrades were observing his gaunt form wearily. "How is the situation?" Her voice sounded a little stifled because of the pain. Kai answered after a short pause. "The Western Quadrant army should be reaching the wolves by now." Jet nodded slowly. "Good. Then, Effie, get down. You're too big of a target." In the next moment the ruins were torn apart by an explosion of harrowing violence. The great devil did not wait any more. It took a step forward, and at the same time, a hurricane of sand and screaming souls rose, making countless buildings shatter and dissolve into dust. That dust was caught by the wind, joining the obliterating whirlwind. The words of the ancient language resounded once again in the howling of the wind, rustling like a myriad of whispers. "All succumb, satiate, serve." Jet did not listen, throwing herself into the tide of souls. Now that Kai and Effie had joined the fight, the ancient fiend was not using only soul attacks. Instead, a flood of sand flowed from his gaunt figure, turning into a vague figure of a regal man around it. His giant hands shot toward both of them, and his mouth opened, as if trying to utter a curse. The battle was silent no more. Instead, a deafening cacophony of sounds rang across the burning ruins, assaulting their ears like a tide. Before the great devil could utter a curse, though, a giant mace of black obsidian crashed into the mass of sand forming his head. The abomination was not harmed, but the head of the enormous sand projection was momentarily dissipated, taking some time to reform. Instead of his voice, the voice of the great dragon resounded above the battlefield. "Slower." Kai's compulsion was not strong enough to overwhelm the will of a great devil, at least not immediately. But fusing with the debilitating effects of the unnatural lethargy, it bound the fiend with insidious chains. Kai and Jet had gone through countless battles together, and using the soul-numbing blade of the Black Kopish in conjunction with his voice was a true and tested tactic they used against powerful enemies. The dragon pushed itself into the air, dodging one of the giant hands made of sand. At the same time, the second hand reached toward the steel giantess. However, at that moment, her figure flashed blindingly with reflected light and disappeared. Instead, a tall woman clad in polished armor appeared on the rubble, already summoning a spear and a shield. Effie activated one of the enchantments of the Starlight Shard and shouted, "Jet, this thing, how the hell do we kill it?" Jet was in the middle of brandishing her mist blade, which had turned into a war scythe now that all souls bound to it had been consumed. There was no reason to stick to the form of the Kopish anymore. "Good question." She obliterated another soul and shouted back, "That abomination from the forgotten shore, the Lord of the Dead. Do you remember how you killed it?" Effie used her shield to withstand a terrible blow, putting her shoulder behind it. Despite the harrowing strength of the great devil, she managed to stand her ground. "That mountain of bones. Sure, what about it?" Turning into a wisp of mist, Jet evaded a torrent of screaming blades and turned back into a wraith. "On my command, let's do the same." She had read the reports about the Forgotten Shore extensively, so she knew a lot about the strange nightmare creatures of that unexplored region of the dream realm. The Lord of the Dead, as the survivors of the Dark City called it, had been an abomination that lived in the catacombs, its body resembling a mountain of bones. However, those bones were simply the outer shell of the fallen tyrant. Its true body was hidden deep within, and resembled a giant corpse worm. During the final battle against the Lord of the Dead, the sleepers led by Nephi's had managed to damage the outer shell significantly, which allowed Effie to toss her shield through the heart of the Bone Mountain. The worm was destroyed, and the tyrant died. Jet wanted to do the same to the heart of Kanakhet. The hint of a revelation she had felt after remembering the Lord of the Dead was about the nature of these two abominations. The fallen tyrant had been an overgrown corpse worm hiding inside a mountain of bones to protect its frail flesh. The great devil, however, was a wraith. She knew better than anyone that wraiths had no fear of physical attacks. Why, then, was the heart of Kanak using a shell of indestructible sand? Why did he have the need to protect himself from physical attacks at all? What was his secret? It was thinking about the ancient legends of the Western Quadrant that had given Jet an answer one she believed to be true. Who knew that amusing herself with a bit of history would be so useful one day? If Jet ever managed to remember who it was exactly that influenced her to develop such a hobby, she should thank them. "I'll deliver the strike. Both of you get ready." If she was right and they managed to pull the assault off, then the great devil would be killed. The other gate guardians must have already been dealt with, considering that Effie and Kai were here. So killing the heart of Kanak meant winning the battle and living to fight another day. If she was wrong, Jet would think of something else. In any case, the damned fiend would die, the battle would be won by humans, and her soldiers would return home victorious. Defeat was not an option. Back then, in her first nightmare, she had crawled out of a fresh grave, digging herself from beneath the wet soil with her bare hands. Ever since then, nothing Jet did seemed that hard in comparison. So killing this great devil could not be that hard either. Chapter 17:30 Heartbreaker. The battle continued, with the three of them slowly losing ground. The great devil was pushing them further and further back, toward the fire line established by the wolf army. Now that they were closer to the heart of the city, there were many nightmare creatures around. Jet would have loved to go on a rampage and cut some of them down to replenish her essence, but sadly, the ancient fiend was too powerful and overbearing. She could not allow herself even a momentary distraction if she wanted to survive. The abominations, too, seemed to abandon their demented frenzy and scattered to avoid the rolling whirlwind of destruction that was the battle against the heart of Kanakhet. Jet, Effie, and Kai were already battered and beaten. Both their souls and bodies had received plenty of wounds, well, in her case, not the body. Nevertheless, they were still holding up well. Pain and injuries were nothing new to them. Each possessed a rich experience of crawling out of the most harrowing of hells. All saints did, but these three, in particular, had experienced too many horrors to be deterred by a few scrapes, no matter how frightening the adversary was. It was also because of their experience that they cooperated seamlessly, not only resisting the unholy powers of the great devil, but also slowly luring him into a trap. The heart of Kanakhet was like a tide of devastation. He was insidious, lethal, and seemingly immortal. No matter how many times they forced the giant limbs of moving sand to collapse, the sand simply reformed into its previous shape again. No matter how many of the souls the fiend had consumed they destroyed, his wailing legion seemed endless. And yet, the moment of his death was swiftly approaching. There were a few things Jet needed to achieve to make sure that her plan worked. She had to learn the limits of both the giant sand projection conjured by the great devil and his actual body, create an opportunity, and make use of that opportunity with flawless timing. Finally, everything was ready. Raising her scythe, Jet yelled, "Now!" In the next moment, the three saints moved like three parts of the same body. The dragon dove down, opening his maw to release a haunting song. That song crashed into the great mass of sand and produced an earth-shattering blast, dissipating the vague form of the towering man for a moment. Almost at the same time, Effie tossed her shield into the breach created by the blast. The shield tore through the air like a cannonball, colliding with the gaunt figure hidden in the hurricane of sand. That figure was the actual body of the great devil, of course. Just like the giant projection he had used to fight them, it was also made of sand. Effie's shield could not truly destroy or even damage it, but the dreadful power contained in her throw was so vast that it shattered the torso of the fiend, turning it into a cloud of sand for a split second. Soon, the sand would be pulled back to rebuild the body of the abomination. But not just yet. Jet's icy eyes glinted with dark satisfaction. It seems I was right. There, in the chest of the great devil, revealed when his body broke apart, a black human heart was revealed, hovering in the air like an amalgamation of countless curses. The heart of Kanakhet. If Kanakhet was indeed a cursed king whose body had been cut apart and scattered to prevent him from coming back to life, then wouldn't the true core of his remnant, the great devil, be one of those body parts? The Wraith was just a manifestation of the sinister will that still dwelled in the vile heart, and the body of sand was just a shell to protect it. Just like the mountain of bones had protected the corpse worm. But now, the heart of Kanakhet was stripped of its protection. Before the indestructible sand had a chance to coalesce back into the form of the gaunt man, Jet lunged forward with astonishing speed. Her scythe flashed and cut the black heart apart. The strike was swift and precise, almost surgical. However, a devastating shockwave thundered from the point where the mist blade pierced the heart, spreading in a wide cone and toppling a few buildings. Jet staggered and pulled her scythe back, suddenly feeling utterly exhausted. Did it do it? It had better have, otherwise we'll be in deep trouble. The whirlwind slowly came to a halt. The invisible hurricane died down. Rivers of sand spilled to the ground, forming tall dunes. The wails of tortured souls grew quiet and then disappeared entirely. Jet looked up at the broken figure of the great devil's shell. Its contours gradually blurred and then it crumbled like a sand castle. The spell whispered into her ear, "You have slain a great devil, the heart of Kanakhet. You have received a memory." Jet smiled and looked at the bleeding pieces of the black heart with contempt. After a few moments she shook her head and looked away. "You should have stayed in the safety of hell, fool. Why come to this dire and dangerous world?" The battle wasn't over still. There were still plenty of nightmare creatures in the city, and it would take some time for the government forces to slaughter them all. But with the most powerful gate guardians gone, the three saints should be able to oversee the cleansing without too much problem. Then they would have to gather the survivors, treat the wounded, and transport all civilians away from the ruined city. Work, work, work. There was no end to it. Jet could not remember the last time she had not been overworked. Well, the third nightmare was a bit relaxing in that regard. Perhaps she would take such a vacation again sometime in the future. But first, Jet absorbed the shattered soul of the heart of Kanakhet into her mist blade. At the same time, she took a deep breath, feeling a few soul fragments being pulled into her core, making it a little bigger and capable of containing a little more essence. Her expression changed slightly. Wait, what is? There wasn't just one fragment or even a few. A whole flood of them was suddenly pulled into her soul, too many to count, countless. What the hell is this? A long time later, the battle was over. The nightmare creatures had been eradicated, and although the 7 gates still remained, barriers were built around them, with soldiers keeping watch in case more abominations arrived. The city was beyond saving. It was damaged too much, and too many people had died. The survivors were slowly emerging from the shelters, while the soldiers were searching the ruins for those who had not been lucky enough to find a way to safety. Jet had no heart to look at the lost faces of the civilians, so she retreated to the top of an artificial hill, observing everything from a distance. She had replenished her essence greatly after participating in the final cleansing, so she was feeling all right. Kai and Effie were sitting nearby, staring at the ruins with exhausted expressions. After a while, Effie suddenly said, "That was a bit scary, wasn't it?" Kai stared at her silently for a while and then shook his head. Scary, you know what was scary? Watching a Titan fly across the sky like a balloon. Now that gave me a fright, despite her fatigue, Jet smiled. Damn, I missed that, what a pity, Effie grinned. What's the problem? Next time I'll throw a Titan in your direction. You'll get the front row view. But then the smile disappeared from her face. She sighed, lingered for a bit, and added wistfully, but anyway, battles like this one will only become more frequent in the future, won't they? Jet hesitated, then nodded simply. I guess. The huntress lowered her gaze. All three of them remained silent for a while, not knowing what to say, despite the fact that today's battle had ended in triumph, and a historic one at that. None of the three seemed particularly joyous. Instead, their faces were somber and their eyes were harsh. Eventually, Effie broke the silence. Well, whatever, now about that memory you received. Please tell me it's a weapon. Jet gave her an odd look. Sorry, it's not a weapon. Actually, that memory, it's a bit strange. Effie cursed, then leaned back in irritation and glared at the sky. What is it then? Instead of answering, Jet simply extended a hand and summoned the memory. Soon, a peculiar object appeared on her palm. She raised an eyebrow, looking at it with a vexed expression, and said slowly, It's an hourglass. Chapter 17:30. One slaying blade. NQSC was still shivering in the embrace of winter, but the smell of spring was in the air. The deserted alleys of the outskirts were drowning in dirty snow and deep shadows, with no one to clean the former and no lights to dispel the latter. Many of the decrepit human hives stood empty, their tall walls forming lightless wells. The people who used to populate the hives had long abandoned the cradle of humanity for the vast and dreadful expanse of the dream realm. Sonny was leaning against a wall in one of the alleys. He was clad in the fearsome carapace of the onyx mantle, hiding his face behind a mask, not exactly a suitable attire for the waking world. His appearance would have probably frightened the mundane passers-by, if there were any. Granted, he was standing in the shadows, so no mundane human could see him anyway. Feels so strange. I can barely recognize the place. The outskirts of today were too different from the overpopulated, suffocating slums where he had grown up. Times were changing, and NQSC was changing with them. Sonny had believed that the world was unchanging, once upon a time. The great upheavals of history, the decimating wars, the descent of the nightmare spell, the legendary achievements of the first generation had happened long before, reshaping the ways of humanity. But by the time he was born, everything seemed lasting and stable, and so he simply took that stability for granted. It was a strange feeling to realize that he was living in the very thick of history instead. Who knew that there had never been any stability, and that the reality he knew was fleeting like a mirage? He sighed and touched his mask briefly. The mask he wore was the memory he had created, definitely not me. Unlike Weaver's mask, which resembled the ferocious face of a demon, this one was quite human and entirely expressionless. With impenetrable darkness nestling in its eyes, the emotionless mask was quite eerie. It was also not as comfortable as Weaver's mask, which hurt his craftsman's pride a little. He sighed. That lazy guy in Bastion is really worthless. Calling himself names was perhaps not very healthy, but certainly amusing. Sonny looked down. Many things were happening at the same time. Nephis had received the orders of the clan Valor elders, and was supposed to meet him today to relay their will. In the distant Song domain, Rain had made her way to the roving camp of the road construction crew and was hired as a laborer. The guy in Bastion, truth be told, there was no time to be lazy. From playing the role of the memory purveyor for the Fire Keepers to preparing to forge a sword for Nephis, that incarnation of his was the busiest right now. Not to mention that he had to craft a few memories for Rain in advance of her awakening. The war was drawing closer and time was running out. Nephis, meanwhile, was running late. Sonny was growing bored. To dispel the boredom, he sent some essence into the handy bracelet and summoned the runes. He studied them for a while, went over his memories, and finally settled his gaze on the list of his shadows. Soon, the runes describing the soul serpent ignited in the darkness. Shadow, soul serpent. Shadow rank, transcendent. Shadow class, terror. Shadow description. When the end came, Shadow was the last of the gods to be destroyed. Many have resented him for creating death, but in the end, death embraced all. His gaze lingered on the description. Sonny had read these runes for the first time a long, long time ago. Back then, it all seemed so strange and mysterious. Now, however, although he knew more about how Shadow God had created death and what it meant, the description of Soul Serpent still touched upon a great mystery. One of the last great mysteries that Sonny still could not solve. He knew how the war between the gods and the demons had started and why. But how did it end? How were the gods destroyed? What could have killed the creator of death? For now, there was no answer. Shaking his head a little, Sonny continued to read the runes. Shadow attributes: Shadow Guide, Spirit Guide, Soul Weapon, Soul Beast, Soul Companion. 3 of the attributes had been there before. The first enhanced Sonny's essence control when Serpent was in its tattoo form. The second allowed Serpent to become a weapon. The third allowed it to assume the form of a beast. The Spirit Guide and the Soul Companion attributes were new. He concentrated on them. Attribute: Spirit Guide. Spirit Guide, attribute description. Soul Serpent enhances the rate at which its master can absorb elemental essence. Of course, both the name and the description of the attribute had been written by Sonny himself, and were the result of his own observations and consideration. Actually, he did not know if this new power of serpents was a separate attribute or an evolution of the Shadow Guide. However, there was an important distinction between the two that had made him divide them. It was that the Shadow Guide only functioned when Serpent was in the form of a tattoo, while the Spirit Guide did not. Whether it was the tattoo, the soul weapon, or the soul beast forms, spirit essence, at least that of Shadow, seemed more active around Serpent and nourished Sonny's soul better. Perhaps there was something else to that attribute, but he did not know. In any case, it was quite useful. The Soul Companion attribute's name and description, likewise, included some guessing on Sonny's part. He had assumed that it was an evolution of the Serpentine Steel ability at first, but eventually decided otherwise. Attribute: Soul Companion. Soul Companion attribute description. Soul Serpent can fuse with its master's shadow shell, granting it some of its abilities. Sonny felt that he had not explored the depths of this attribute yet. But what he did know was that just like Serpent could augment his body as a tattoo, it could also enhance his shadow shell. The abilities that the shell could channel were Soul Reaver and Slaying Blade. And speaking of abilities, he lingered for a while, then continued to read the runes. Shadow abilities: Serpentine Steel, Soul Reaver, Grace of Shadows, Formless, Mark of Shadows, Slaying Blade. The first 4 abilities were quite familiar to Sonny. The first allowed the soul weapon form of Serpent to assume the shape of any weapon. The second granted Sonny a portion of essence of those slain by its soul weapon or soul beast forms. The third allowed Sonny to bestow Serpent on someone else. And the fourth allowed Serpent to assume the forms of shadows dwelling in Sonny's soul. The fifth and the sixth abilities were new. Mark of Shadows was a peculiar ability, and one Sonny knew the least about, since there was no good opportunity to experiment with it. Ability: Mark of Shadows. Mark of Shadows ability description: Soul Serpent allows the Lord of Shadows to mark his vassals. Sonny honestly did not know how it worked exactly, so he had allowed himself a few liberties when composing that description. He had been able to find out that Serpent could create lesser versions of itself, for lack of better word. Theoretically, Sonny could place a serpent tattoo on someone, after which a little soul snake would be born in their soul. What was that snake capable of? Was it a new being or a manifestation of serpent? He wasn't sure. Sunny had tried to mark his shadows, but since they did not really have normal souls, the ability did not work. He had also tried to mark Rain, but nothing happened. He guessed that the soul needed to be at least awakened to nourish and accommodate the little soul snake, and for the mark of shadows to take root. And since there were no other volunteers, his experiments had ended there for now. All he could tell was that the mark of shadows was connected to the grace of shadows, or maybe even an evolution of it. It was a way to share some benefits of being the master of Soul Serpent without parting with it entirely. And finally, there was the slaying blade, the most mysterious of Serpent's abilities. What was written in the runes had mostly come from Sunny's intuition, corroborated only slightly by careful observation. Something like that was hard to observe. Ability, Slaying Blade. Slaying Blade ability description. When in its soul weapon form, Soul Serpent embodies the death aspect of Shadow God. As such, it ignores the will of greater beings. Perhaps Sunny should have capitalized the word will. Creatures of higher ranks, such as the cursed tyrant, Condemnation, had a way of bending the world to their will and what was the foremost will of all living beings. The will to survive, the will to continue existing. Therefore, killing truly powerful beings was not simply a question of cutting them down. The killing intent of the murderer had to overpower their will to exist as well. Without the tyrannical will to kill, the sharpest of blades would fail to cut their skin, and the most gruesome of wounds would fail to extinguish their lives. Unless Soul Serpent was involved. From what Sunny could tell, when Serpent assumed its soul weapon form, it was as deadly to the greater beings as it was to mundane creatures. He did not have a very rich experience of slaying truly powerful abominations, so this statement was inconclusive. But from what Sunny had seen, it was also undeniable. He wasn't sure how it worked. Exactly, maybe his killing will was enhanced. Maybe the will to exist of the enemy was weakened, or even completely ignored. In any case, he was certain that the serpent's soul weapon form was unexplainably deadly. Which wasn't particularly useful to him, for now, since most of the enemies he fought did not possess that much of the will. And yet, Sunny felt that as his power continued to grow, the caliber of the enemies he faced would also become increasingly inconceivable, and therefore the slaying blade would gain more and more importance in the future, tremendously so. If I live long enough to see that future. As he thought that, there was a sound, and he sensed movement at the periphery of his shadow sense. Soon, a luxurious PTV awkwardly made its way through the snow and stopped some distance away from him. The passenger door opened, and a familiar figure climbed out of the vehicle, looking around with a deadpan expression. Sunny dismissed the runes and smiled behind the mask. Nephi's had arrived. Chapter 1732. Luxurious ride. Nephi's was wearing inconspicuous civilian clothes. Well, there was a medieval flair to them, since the fashion trends had changed in that direction after the advent of the Dream Gates. In the past, only legacies dressed that way, and even then only for special occasions. But now, it wasn't strange to see people in the affluent districts of NQSC wearing capes, waistcoats, and gambesons. Neff's neat ensemble was tailored to fit her figure perfectly. She wore pristine white, her half-shoulder cape embroidered with golden thread of course. It covered her shield arm, leaving the sword arm free. All in all, she looked exactly how one would imagine a princess of a great clan should look, like beautiful and breathtaking, her clothes blending modest restraint with opulence. She looked out of place in the dirty desolation of the outskirts. Or, rather, the outskirts looked out of place when near her. As Nephi's was looking around, Sunny moved and emerged from the deep shadows, stopping at the border between darkness and light. "Lady Nephi's." She turned to him, then took a few steps and bowed slightly. "Lord Shadow, I am sorry for making you wait." Then she tilted her head a little and studied him. Her gaze briefly explored his onyx armor, then drifted to the emotionless mask. After a short pause, Nephi's asked, "Don't you think that your attire is a bit unsuitable for the waking world?" Sonny smiled behind the mask, then raised his chin a bit. "Why, I think I look quite good, don't you?" She seemed to be startled by the question. Of course, her expression remained calm, with none of that bafflement finding its way onto her face, but after spending some time with Nephi's in Bastion, Sonny was slowly relearning how to read her emotions. Eventually, she said, "You look unique, I guess." Her tone was flat. Sonny grinned behind the mask, the darkness nestling in its eye remaining cold and inscrutable. Honestly, he was glad to have the mask hiding his features. Recently, he had been spending a lot of time with Nephi's in Bastion, and most of it was emotionally charged and intense enough that maintaining a calm facade was somewhere between a burden and a torment. He was tired from trying to keep his feelings in check or hiding them when all else had failed. Playing the role of an aloof Lord of Shadows was a bit of a relief. He nodded. "You look stunning as well, Lady Nephi's." She gave him a strange look. Sonny wanted to chuckle but held himself back. Remembering his previous blunder, he briefly considered adding that Kai Song's daughters could not compare, but after contemplating the matter deeply, he wisely decided not to remind Nephi's about them at all. "Shall we?" She gestured to the luxurious PTV and walked back to the passenger door. The interior of the vehicle was just as opulent as its exterior. The seats were upholstered with genuine nightmare creature leather, while natural wood was used for the fittings and fixtures. There was even a refrigerated bar with various beverages and a table with refreshments. Sonny stared at the refrigerated bar, momentarily lost in studying its construction. Was it purely electrical or used spell tech? If so, which kind? While he was lost in contemplation, the PTV softly drove off. "Right, I forgot to ask where we are going exactly." As if reading his mind, Nephi spoke in a calm tone. "The elders were surprisingly open to most of your terms. Nevertheless, a few details still need to be discussed. We are going to meet with a representative of Clan Valor and reach the final agreement." Sonny stared at her silently. The PTV was much smaller than his dearly missed Rhino, but still more spacious than most civilian vehicles. Therefore, although they were sitting on the same seat, Nephi's was regrettably a bit far. Would it have killed her to sit closer? He asked evenly. "Are you not a representative of Clan Valor, Lady Nephi's?" She smiled faintly. "I am. However, there are people who represent it more." After that, both of them kept quiet for a while. The PTV made its way out of the outskirts and past the great barriers of NQSC, bypassing the usual inspection procedures entirely. The great clan stood high above the most privileged of classes, so those associated with them enjoyed a lot of convenience. Of course, all of it was a little ironic. The PTV, the warm clothes Nephi's wore, all of it was a masquerade that people like them willingly upheld. In truth, she did not need to wear a cape in the winter cold, because no mundane cold could bring discomfort to a saint. As for the vehicle, Nephi's could fly, while Sonny could breach great distances with shadow step. More than that, both of them could run much faster than the PTV could drive, so using one had little point. He lingered for a few moments, then asked, "Why are you dressed so warmly?" She seemed to have understood his meaning and shrugged with a faint smile. "Helps me feel human." Sonny tilted his head. Indeed, there was a purpose for the masquerade that went beyond simple convenience. However, he was sitting here clad in battle armor. His demeanor and actions seemed to go against such conventions. So what did Nephi's think of him? That he wasn't human, or that he did not care to feel like one? Sonny turned to look at the partition separating the passenger side from the driver's cabin. Even though he could not see who was driving the car, he could sense their shadow. It was a familiar one, belonging to one of the fire keepers. The PTV was also decently armored and fitted with sound isolation materials, so he could probably speak freely. After hesitating for a few moments, he asked, "I was thinking about one of our previous conversations." Nephi's glanced at him with a hint of curiosity. "Oh," Sonny stared ahead indifferently. "You said that if one wants to kill a sovereign, they need to become a sovereign, hypothetically speaking, of course. Do you really think that there is no other way?" She seemed calm. But then again, she always did. Unless Effie was involved. After a long stretch of silence, Nephi's looked away and shook her head. "It is not only a necessity, but also the only acceptable way." Sonny did not say anything, knowing what she meant. The sovereigns had covered their backs indeed. Nephi's sighed. There are hundreds of millions of mundane people living across the two domains by now. Their number is constantly increasing. There are many more sleepers each year as well, but not nearly as many as there should have been. Because those who enter the dream realm through one of the sovereign gates are protected from having to undergo the first nightmare. As long as they don't leave the borders of their domain, the spell won't call upon them. Her expression darkened. So, what will happen if a sovereign falls and their domain collapses? All those mundane people will instantly be taken by the spell. The casualties will be harrowing, and the nascent human civilization in the dream realm will be decimated. The only way to avoid such a result is for another supreme to take the place of the one who fell, and for a new domain to rise from the ruins of the one that was destroyed. She looked at Sonny somberly. "Do you see, Lord Shadow? You asked me how I would fight a sovereign. Killing a sovereign is tremendously hard, but not impossible. Killing one in a way that I can stomach is much more vexing. You might not harbor similar concerns, but something tells me that you do. So you see, in the hypothetical situation you presented, becoming a supreme is not only what has to be done, but also what needs to be done. I won't have it any other way, nor can I." As she finished speaking, the PTV came to a halt. Nephi smiled. "But let's not discuss such dreadful matters anymore. We have arrived." Sonny nodded and prepared to exit the vehicle. As he did, he asked with a hint of indifference, "Who are we meeting?" Nephi's opened the door and climbed out, then said without turning back, "Oh, didn't I mention? We are meeting my sister." Chapter 17:33. Familiar stranger Sonny did not show any outward reaction. The Lord of Shadows was not someone who would be agitated by a mere mention of the Princess of War, after all. Internally, though, he was troubled. Morgan. His relationship with Morgan of Valor was not very deep, but it was rather impactful. From their first meeting in the arena of the Dream Tournament, to his brief stint as her sparring partner, to the hellish journey across the Nightmare Desert. He couldn't say that he hated her a lot, but he also couldn't say that there was any sympathy between them. First and foremost, Morgan represented the great clans in his mind. Not only their callousness, but also their dread and might. As such, he could never quite perceive her as an individual. Which was, perhaps, a little unfair, but also understandable. There had been a time when Morgan represented the pinnacle of power in his mind. That time was long gone. By now, Sonny was confident that he was superior to her in all but a few aspects. Morgan did possess a diabolical talent for warfare and strategy. The cruel stratagem she had pulled off in Antarctica would have decimated the forces of Song, costing the Queen of Worms several of her most cherished daughters, and the chance to claim the tomb of Ariel if not for the sudden arrival of the Nightmare Gates, of course. And that was despite Mordred's scheming to ruin Valor behind the scenes. However, that was not what troubled Sonny. What troubled him was that he did not know the current Morgan at all. The old Morgan was dangerous but familiar, like a sharp sword. The new Morgan was a stranger. There were rumors that she had changed a lot after suffering a defeat at the hands of her brother, and the mystery surrounding her third nightmare did not help. Someone cunning and unfamiliar was the exact kind of person he would have preferred to avoid. However, there was no avoiding her now. Sighing quietly, Sunny followed Nephi's into a lavish building. It seemed that the elders of Clan Valor were being considerate today. They had not invited him to the heavily guarded compound of the great clan, choosing neutral territory to conduct the meeting instead. It was just that. The territory they had selected was an exclusive restaurant frequented by the elites of NQSC. Sunny, in his onyx armor, looked more than a little out of place when a dapper Mater D led them to a private booth on the lowest underground level of the luxurious establishment. He caught a few stares, but not as much as Nephi's. She ignored them casually, so he followed suit and acted as if it was the restaurant that was at fault for the mismatch, not the other way around. Is that the way of a legacy? Soon, they entered a spacious underground chamber. The interior here was worthy of being called a work of art, with tasteful decor and softly murmuring water features creating a pleasant and tranquil atmosphere. Or rather, it would have been tranquil if not for the dangerous presence of the woman who sat behind the table, enjoying a glass of red wine. Well, some things never change, I guess. Morgan was as striking as she had been before. She was dressed in a flawlessly tailored business suit, which was entirely black, just like the fashionable leather gloves she wore on her hands. Her raven-black hair only made her alabaster skin look paler, and there were only 3 flashes of vibrant color about her ruby cufflinks, her red lips, and her daunting vermilion eyes. Her presence was much more powerful and cold than it had been in the past. The luxurious chamber was permeated by a sense of lethal sharpness, as if everything here was a hidden blade. However, what drew Sunny's attention the most was something that he could not quite put into words. Morgan seemed different somehow. Whether it was her sharp gaze or elegant demeanor, everything about her seemed the same but also fundamentally changed. Perhaps she had just matured, perhaps it was something else. In any case, Sunny found it much harder to only perceive Morgan as an extension of Clan Valor and its ruler, as opposed to a person. What is up with Morgan? While Sunny was staring at her silently, she put down the wine glass and smiled. Her smile was perfectly pleasant but looked cold and infinitely sharp despite having no reason to. "You are here, sister, finally," Nephi simply nodded. "Lord Shadow, this is my older sister, Princess Morgan of Valor. Sister, this is Saint Shadow." Hiding behind the mask, Sunny studied them without saying anything. The two did not look like sisters. In fact, with one dressed in white and the other in black, they looked as if someone had consciously attempted to create 2 exquisite beauties who were the exact opposite of each other. Morgan looked at him with curiosity. "Ah, the Hermit Saint of Godgrave. I've heard a lot about you, Lord of Shadows. It is a pleasure to finally meet you face to face, or face to mask, I guess." Her smile widened a little. Sunny tilted his head, then walked over to the table and pulled out a chair for Nephi's. Once she was seated, he sat down himself and stared at Morgan, who had been observing his actions curiously. "The pleasure is mine, Lady Morgan. I've heard a lot about you, too." She raised an eyebrow. "Oh, only good things, I hope." Sunny kept quiet for a moment, considering what to say. Eventually, he spoke in a cold and indifferent tone. "That brother of yours paid me a visit. He seemed like a weakling." The implication was clear. A person who knew Mordred's true background would undoubtedly know about the Battle of the Black Skull. Therefore, what Sunny had said meant the following: "I fought your pathetic brother and defeated him easily. You had fought him and lost miserably. Doesn't that make you the true weakling?" Of course, Mordred was not weak. He was the opposite. The vessel that had visited Sunny in Godgrave was merely one of countless that the Prince of Nothing controlled, and an expendable one to boot. Which meant that it did not possess a lot of power. Nevertheless, that weak body had somehow traversed the harrowing hell of the death zone and arrived at the nameless temple in one piece. Even then, Sunny had only defeated it easily because Mordred had no knowledge of how dangerous his soul was anymore. The legion of silent shadows dwelling in Sunny's soul took care of the rest. Sadly, it was a trick that would only work once. What would happen the next time Sunny and Mordred met? He wasn't sure. No one truly knew how many bodies the Prince of Nothing controlled. His transformation ability was similar to that of the Soul Stealer. It allowed Mordred to split his soul and wear multiple bodies at once. It seemed to be weaker than that of the Appalling Plague, though, or at least more limiting for someone who had not succumbed to corruption and wanted to remain sane. Otherwise, Mordred could have probably consumed all of humanity by now. Sometimes, when Sunny walked around the crowded streets of Bastion, he looked at the faces in the crowd and felt momentarily overcome by fear, thinking that he had no way to know if, maybe, Mordred already had. If everyone had already been turned into his marionettes, with only Sunny and a few powerful people left alive, not knowing that they were surrounded from all sides. It was a disturbing feeling. Chasing the paranoia away, Sunny glanced at Morgan and waited for her reaction. She looked at him silently for a few moments, and then threw her head back, laughing melodiously. "Oh, right. You met that despicable person and roughed him up. That makes me like you already. Please tell me more." Chapter 1734. Behind closed doors after the initial pleasantries, it was time for the actual negotiations. However, Sunny did not have to strain himself too much. Most of the work had already been done by Nephi's and Cassie, so he could just reap the rewards of their efforts. Still, he felt a little wistful. The situation was reminiscent of the last time he had to negotiate with Valor back then. It was Morgan who had come to represent the great clan as well. Sunny had been a mere master and in hot water with her family because of the incident in the Night Temple, trying to avoid becoming their retainer at all costs. Times have changed. Today, he was trying to come to Valor's side instead. However, the situation was entirely different. His position had been hopelessly below the great clan back then, and therefore there had been almost no room for negotiations. Now, Valor needed him much more than he needed them, at least on the surface. As such, he held all the leverage and could dictate his terms freely. Morgan sipped her wine and smiled. "So, let me get it straight, Lord Shadow. You are willing to ally yourself with the Sword Domain in the upcoming war. You will fight on our side, aiding our armies to the best of your ability, which, by the way, must be truly a sight to behold, considering how impressed my sister seemed after returning from Godgrave." Taken, even, sitting by his side, Nephi's remained perfectly impassive. He noticed her grip on the stem of her glass tightening, though, and smiled behind the mask. Morgan continued, "However, you refuse to swear allegiance to my father. You also insist on retaining sole ownership of your citadel, which, as you must know, is the most precious thing you possess in the context of this conflict. More than that, you are only willing to make a personal deal with my sister, not a pact with Clan Valor as a whole. Am I correct?" Sunny nodded. "Indeed." Morgan laughed again. "Ah, really? If I hadn't known any better, I would have thought that you harbor impure thoughts about my little sister, Lord Shadow." You don't, do you?" he answered evenly. "Not at the moment, no." Nephi spared him a calm glance. Before Morgan could reply, however, Sunny added in the same aloof tone, "I hear that Clan Valor offered a marriage alliance to the House of Night, Lady Morgan, but you were refused by that young saint. I wonder if the rumors are true." His wording was ambiguous, leaving room for interpretation. Did he mean that Clan Valor was refused, or that Morgan herself was? Her smile turned a little sharper, her tone sullen. "I must say, for a famous recluse, you are very well informed, Lord Shadow." By now, everyone powerful enough to be informed of his existence had to be wondering about his identity. Someone as strong as the Lord of Shadows could not have appeared out of nowhere. The legacy clans, especially, would not believe that he was a nobody. They believed in family background and pedigree too much, and for a good reason, considering their own accomplishments. From what Sunny knew, The most popular theory about his background was the very same that had often made his ears bleed as mongrel, that he was tied in some scandalous way to the founder of the House of Night, Nightwalker. Some considered him an outcast from the Song domain, while some were certain that he was the bastard son of some legacy clan in the Sword domain. Those who knew more about the truth of the world even suspected that he had been secretly raised by the mysterious third sovereign, Asterion, perhaps hailing from the same destroyed fringe faction as him. Sonny wanted them to speculate as much as possible. The wilder their imaginations ran, the further they would move from the truth, while simultaneously deepening the impression of him in their minds. Morgan shook her head and smiled. In any case, it's fine. You don't have to swear allegiance to my father, and you can keep your citadel. Of course, we will need you to make some concessions in return. Sonny raised an eyebrow behind the mask. He had expected that Morgan would acquiesce to his demands. However, he had not expected that she would do it so easily. His refusal to accept Anvil as his king was easy to swallow. Right now, the King of Swords needed his strength more than his fealty Sonny could maintain his independence, not becoming a part of the Sword domain until the war was over. It didn't matter too much, because once the war was over and Anvil conquered the world, forcing a recalcitrant saint to submit or be eradicated would not present a problem. If the war was lost, though, he would be dead and therefore problem-free. The Citadel, however. Sonny had thought that Valor would fight for the ownership of the nameless Temple Harder. It presented them with an enticing opportunity to spread the Sword domain into Godgrave before the war had even started after all. I guess they are really wary of me offering my services to Song instead. Or maybe there was something else at play. He would have to ask Cassie later. For now, though, Sonny stared at Morgan silently, then said without any emotion, "That is good to hear. What concessions?" She looked at him, interlocking her fingers and resting her chin on them. "As my sister has informed you, the war will start with both clans establishing fortresses on the shoulders of the dead god. From there, we will venture deeper across the breastbone, slowly conquering Godgrave and searching for the citadels in the hollows. We will fight each other desperately in the process, of course, trying to stall the enemy." Sonny nodded, prompting her to continue. "Although you can keep ownership of your citadel, you will need to make it available to the forces of Clan Valor. In short, we will establish a secondary fortress there, garrisoned by a relatively small but elite force of awakened and masters. They will have to place their anchors and make use of the gateway, of course, but no saints, as per our agreement." She smiled. "I do not need to tell you how great of an advantage it would be to possess an operational base in the depths of Godgrave. Not only will we be able to hasten our exploration of it, but we will also have an opportunity to put pressure on Song from two sides, forcing them to allocate a significant force to defend their flank, unless they wish to have their supply lines cut, of course." He considered it for a few moments, then nodded. "Acceptable." Morgan continued, "Second, you will have to assist our saints in establishing safe passages through the hollows and share your knowledge of local topography, including the probable locations of unclaimed citadels, the hunting territories of powerful nightmare creatures, and the general characteristics of the abominations dwelling in Godgrave. Having advanced knowledge of these things will be of great help to the war effort, no doubt." Sonny tilted his head. Venturing into the hollows was dangerous, but unavoidable. He had expected a condition like that. "I agree." She smiled and picked up her wine glass, bringing it to her red lips. "Well, and lastly, all the rest that one would expect from an ally. You will participate in general battles against the enemy, take responsibility for your stretch of the battlefront, and so on. I trust a warrior like you won't be reluctant to prove his mettle." Sonny smiled behind the mask. "I don't have a desire to prove anything to anyone, but sure." "These terms suit me fine." Morgan nodded and offered him her hand. If only everyone was so easy to persuade. Then I will look forward to working with you in the future, Lord Shadow. Sunny took her hand, feeling a bit disappointed. That was it. Wasn't it a bit anticlimactic? They were talking about the war that would reshape the world, throw all of humanity into chaos and potentially destroy it. And yet the words they spoke were so mundane. But then again, maybe the fate of humanity had always been decided by dry conversations between very few people, held behind closed doors in opulent chambers. He smiled. I am looking forward to the future as well. Chapter 1735, Toast to Loyalty. After Sunny and Morgan shook hands, the official part of the not-so-clandestine meeting was over. Of course, there were plenty of details left to discuss: what troops would be stationed in the nameless temple, how their accommodations would be organized, who would provide provisions to feed them, when the first mapping expedition would start, and 1,000 more. But all these things could be decided at a later date, and in less ostentatious company. Morgan leaned back in her seat and raised her wine glass, smiling with satisfaction. This calls for a toast, if I do say so myself. The three of us will be fighting side by side soon, so, to loyal comrades, may we fare well. Nephi's took a sip of wine without saying anything, while Sunny simply stared at the table, full of regret. He wasn't that attracted by the wine, but there was also a veritable feast in front of him, all dishes prepared by masterful chefs and both extravagantly expensive and endlessly delicious, without a doubt. However, he was wearing a mask, so none of these delicacies were destined to land in his mouth. Damn. Morgan looked at him with a smile. You aren't drinking, Lord Shadow. He stared at her silently for a few moments, then picked up the wine glass. To loyal comrades. Sunny did not move, but on a wall behind him his shadow picked up the shadow of the wine glass. It brought the shadow glass to its lips and leaned its head back as if drinking. Then it lowered its hand and returned to its previous position, copying his pose perfectly. Morgan laughed. Fascinating. Sunny smiled behind the mask. It was indeed fascinating. The three of them were toasting to loyalty, each planning treason. Morgan was playing nice for now, but as soon as the war was over, she would give the Lord of Shadows an ultimatum: submit or die. Sunny was promising to fight for clan valor, but he intended to betray them before the war reached a conclusion. Nephi's was playing the role of an obedient daughter while planning to kill her adopted father, the King of Swords, and usurp his domain. This toast of Morgan's was quite funny. Sunny put the glass down, contemplating the ease with which Morgan had accepted his demands. Was there really no other reason than to prevent him from siding with Song? Claiming a citadel in Godgrave could very well be the deciding factor of the entire war. Valor would not have given up on the nameless temple easily, unless... He turned his head and stared at Nephi's, who was savoring her meal quietly. She wouldn't, would she? He lingered for a few moments, then asked in an indifferent tone, Why didn't you insist on claiming my citadel, Lady Morgan? People usually tended to dance around the truth in these situations, but there was a benefit to playing the role of a reclusive, aloof, and eccentric saint. If Sunny wanted to be direct, he could very well be as direct as he wanted. Morgan seemed amused by his question. She glanced at Nephi's, then said in a pleasant tone, I can answer, but if you share what I say with anyone else, there'll be blood. It didn't even sound like a threat, just like a fact. Sunny did not bleed easily, so he was not impressed. He stared at Morgan, waiting, but Nephi's answered instead of her. It is indeed exceedingly important to claim a citadel in Godgrave. The side that manages to win the race will be able to unleash the power of its sovereign upon the enemy first. There's no need to describe how meaningful such an event can be, but even without the nameless temple, valor possesses a vital advantage in that regard. Sunny scowled behind the mask, not liking where it was headed. Nephi's took a sip of wine and continued calmly. That advantage is me, And my ivory tower, the only citadel among those conquered by humanity that can move." He stared at her somberly. After a few moments of cold silence, Sunny asked, "Are you insane?" Nephi smiled. "I feel like I've been asked that before." Sunny shook his head. "You are planning to move the ivory tower into the skies above Godgrave. Do you have a death wish and fancy turning into ash?" She lingered for a moment, then shrugged. "I'll try to land it before that happens. In any case, you wanted to keep your citadel, Lord Shadow, and that was the price. Now you can have the nameless temple while the sword domain has a chance of gaining a foothold in Godgrave." Morgan chuckled. "My little sister is correct. Needless to say, Song must not know the details of our plans. I'll trust in your discretion, Lord Shadow." Sunny remained silent for a while, considering the implications. These damned fools, so she had agreed to this. For him, was it Neff's idea to bargain on his behalf or Cassie's? Why were they being so reckless? He was going to need to rethink a few things. The presence of the ivory tower in Godgrave seemed very improbable, given the region's lethal nature, so he had not seriously considered the possibility. Clan Song seems to be in for a very unpleasant surprise. Sunny contemplated silently. He wanted to say something, but at the moment the tranquil atmosphere of the underground chamber was suddenly broken by a grating, echoing, ringing sound. The sound came from two directions, impossible to ignore. Sunny frowned, recognizing it. "Really? Now?" Across the table from him, Morgan paused for a moment, then reached elegantly into the inner pocket of her suit jacket and pulled out a slick communicator. At the same time, Nephi's unbuttoned her waistcoat and produced hers. The two of them studied the screens in silence. After a few moments, Nephi showed her communicator to Sunny. The Lord of Shadows had abandoned the waking world to dwell in the dream realm, so he naturally did not have one. Sunny looked down, already knowing what he would see. There, on the screen, an emergency notification was blinking urgently. "Emergency alert, gate activity detected in your proximity, Ada. Minutes, evacuate immediately." 37 minutes. The Obel scale had become much more reliable after the conclusion of the chain of nightmares, but it had never quite managed to return to its past stability. 37 minutes was much more time than the citizens had received back when a gate opened near Rain's school, but still far from a stellar result. Nephi's pressed on the notification, and a map opened on the screen denoting the impact zone. After another tap, a further message showed up. "Attention all awakened, request immediate action, gate category. 2. 61% probability. 3. 34% probability. Higher, undefined. Strike force, Ada, 14 minutes 44 seconds. He let out a small sigh. This time at least the government forces would arrive far in advance of the Nightmare Gate's descent. The disaster would be contained and civilians would have plenty of time to evacuate. Then Sunny glanced at Morgan with suspicion. Had she known that this would happen? Logically, she could not have. But then again, all of it was a little too convenient. Choosing such a public location for their meeting was premeditated. Without a doubt, Morgan clearly wanted to send Song a message that the Lord of Shadows was taking Valor's side. Was there a better way to announce it than to be seen clearing a gate side by side with him? Not to mention that it was a good opportunity to gauge his strength. Sensing his gaze, Morgan looked up from the screen and smiled helplessly. "Ah, how bothersome. Do not worry, Lord Shadow. We can stay here until the turmoil ends. The restaurant is outfitted with top-notch defenses and employs awakened guards." She leaned back and then added in a relaxed tone, "Or, we can respond to the summons and help the government contain the gate. You are my guest today, so you decide." Sunny stared at her coldly, feeling like he was being played. Before he could answer, though, Nephi's wiped her lips with a napkin and stood up. She hid her communicator, buttoned up her waistcoat, and glanced at Morgan calmly. "I'll go," Morgan laughed. "My little sister is an example to us all, as always." "Well, in that case, I'll go too." Sonny sighed and threw a regretful look at all the food on the table. Should he secretly leave a shadow behind and make it steal all these delicacies once they leave? Abandoning that thought, he pushed back his chair and stood up as well. His voice remained indifferent. Then let's go. Chapter 1736. Make it four. The three of them left the opulent chamber and headed to the surface level of the restaurant, intending to leave. Morgan walked in the front, while Sonny and Nephi's followed a step behind. As they approached the elevators, they could see the staff of the restaurant leading the guests to a heavily armored shelter. This place was usually visited by the elites of NQSC. After all of them were prominent citizens. Their safety had to be guaranteed for an exclusive establishment to fare well. Many of the elites recognized Morgan and Nephi's. Sonny could tell that all of them were relieved at the sight, especially when they saw Neph. Her reputation was not only that of a brilliant warrior but also that of a selfless champion. Morgan could have decided to ignore a descending gate, but changing star would never. Lady Nephi's, Lady Morgan, are you heading for the gate? Morgan slowed down a little and bowed slightly. Indeed. Have no worry, ladies and gentlemen. We will contain it in no time and you'll be able to finish your meals in peace. Please excuse us. Nephi's bowed silently and continued on her way, surrounded by excited whispers. As they entered the lift, Morgan sighed and looked at her sternly. Really, sister, couldn't you have said something? That old man manages the hydroponic complex that supplies half of the grain to Bastion. The young couple is the daughter and son-in-law of the chief administrator of the Central District of NQSC. The rest hold important positions as well. Leaving a good impression would not hurt anyone, would it? Nephi's glanced at her emotionlessly. Actions speak louder than words. Morgan laughed. What does the action of ignoring them say, then? However, she didn't press the issue. She wasn't someone who cared for ingratiating herself to people, either. In fact, it was the people who were desperate to get in her good graces. Not only was Morgan a saint, she was also the princess of the sword domain. Her importance would trample all of these elites combined. Soon, they emerged from the restaurant. The beautiful building had undergone a transformation, plates of heavy armor descending to cover the doors and the windows. Sonny would have expected the armor to be made from reinforced alloy, but to his surprise, it was actually made from Dream Realm materials. Truly an exclusive establishment. A familiar fire keeper, Sid, hastily opened the door of the PTV and invited them inside. The drive was a short one, only taking a few minutes. Most of the vehicles on the road were moving away from the impact zone, but they were driving to its very heart. In the end, they arrived almost at the same time as the first squads of the government forces. The gate manifested in a park. It had not opened yet, of course, but there was already a sinister atmosphere in the air. There was a strange haze above the frozen pond, a precursor to the appalling fissure that would split reality apart soon. Armored vehicles had torn apart the white blanket of snow, and soldiers were hastily raising fortifications. The government awakened were silently preparing for battle, while a small group of awakened volunteers were huddled together discussing their aspects. The arrival of the luxurious PTV caused quite a stir, and when Morgan and Nephi's emerged from it, everyone simply froze, staring at them with wide eyes. That's the Sword Sisters, Goddess Morgan, Goddess Nephi's. Quiet, you fool, they are saints, they can hear you. Who is that with them? Is he an echo? I don't know. But that guy is super creepy. Sonny stared at the soldiers menacingly, unhappy with the way they ogled Nephi's. Morgan and Nephi's, meanwhile, calmly walked to the person in charge. It was a master wearing a military coat on top of light memory armor. He, too, was both elated and taken aback at the sight of them. Lady Morgan, Lady Nephi's, it is an honor to meet you." Morgan nodded, flicking a snowflake off the lapel of her stylish black suit jacket. "We were nearby, so we decided to help." Master seemed relieved. That is great. With two saints we can." Standing behind them, Sunny shifted slightly and looked up. A wide smile appeared on his face, hidden by the emotionless mask. 3 saints, but actually make it 4. No sooner than he thought it, there was a rustle and a dashing figure descended from the gray sky. The soldiers, who had been stunned by the arrival of 2 sublime beauties, now seemed dumbstruck. "In Nightsinger. He's so. Oh, my gods! I am not dreaming, am I?" Sunny's smile trembled. "That bastard doesn't change." Indeed, the man who had descended from the sky was none other than Nightingale, Saint Kai the Dragon Slayer. Wearing beautiful armor made from ivory scales and burnished bronze, with luscious auburn hair and mesmerizing green eyes, he was just as tantalizing as ever. No, even worse. Kai had always been unreasonably attractive, but now that he was a saint, his beauty was almost blinding. It was to the point where Sunny felt a strange impulse to look away, but was also incapable of doing so. There were only 2 transcendents out there who could challenge Kai in the looks department. One of them was Cassie, the other was Beastmaster. Sunny could not compete. Not that he needed to. I have my charms as well, really. He looked quite good. It was just that anyone would feel that comparing themselves to Kai was simply unfair. It was a cruel injustice. While Sunny was staring at him sullenly, Kai landed softly in front of Morgan and bowed. Then he looked up with a refreshing smile. "Lady Nephise, Lady Morgan, are you here to help?" Morgan remained silent a split second longer than usual, then reciprocated his smile. "Ah, yes, as I was saying, we were nearby." Kai's smile widened a little. "Please accept my deepest gratitude. I've just returned from the Western Quadrant and happened to be in NQSC by chance." Truly, what a fortunate turn of events. This gate won't disturb the citizens with such distinguished warriors protecting them. Nephise looked at him and asked with a faint smile, "How is Effie doing?" He chuckled. "Everything is well. The battle was a tough one this time, but we pulled through. Little Ling already has a new favorite bedtime story." With that he turned to Sunny, lingered for a moment, and asked politely, "It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Saint Kai with the government forces." "And you are?" Sunny hesitated, considering how to answer. Eventually, he decided to do some mischief. Staring at Kai emotionlessly, he said in a calm tone, "You can call me Shadow. I am your best friend." Kai blinked a couple of times. Slowly, a funny expression appeared on his face. His thought process was rather clear. "My best friend. I clearly have never met this person before. But he doesn't seem to be lying. No, but it can't be true. I would have remembered having a best friend. So if he's not lying but also not telling the truth, I see. This man is insane. He sincerely believes his lie. Wait, oh gods, he's not assassin, is he?" Kai's magnetic smile dimmed a little. At that moment, Nephise gave Sunny a strange look and intervened. "This is Saint Shadow. He is a bit eccentric. He is also here to help." Kai hesitated for a bit, then nodded dubiously. "I see. Thank you for volunteering, Lord Shadow." With that, he turned to the master in charge of the government forces. "Scrap the battle plan and move your people back. We will take care of the gate with some luck. You guys won't even have to put down the stragglers." The master nodded gratefully. "Yes, Saint Kai." By then, the wind was stirring, and a strange dimness was spreading over the park. The air above the frozen pond was trembling more intensely. The descent of the Nightmare Gate was not far. Kai turned to Morgan and Nephise, asking politely, "How do you want to handle this?" Morgan lingered for a few moments, then gave Sunny a teasing look. Her red lips twisted into a smile, and she said pleasantly, "Lord Shadow, would you like to do the honors? My sister was so eloquent when describing your prowess. I must admit, I am a little jealous at not having had the pleasure to witness it myself." Sunny stared at her coldly. "Want to measure my strength, do you?" He remained silent for a while, then shrugged. "Sure, stay here then, I'll handle it." "Well, then you'll have to be disappointed." As the reality split, torn apart by a dark fissure, a graceful figure of a stone knight rose from his shadow, 2 ruby eyes igniting with cold crimson flames. Sunny looked up at Saint, pointed at the gate, and said evenly, "Go deal with it." His taciturn knight tilted her head slightly, then turned around and looked at the gate. Although she did not say anything somehow, it felt as if her aloof gaze was full of disdain. Summoning her black blade and a round shield, she gave its rim 2 lukewarm blows and headed toward the frozen pond with graceful, unhurried steps. Morgan, Nephi's, and Kai were left staring at her in bewilderment. Sunny crossed his arms and said in an even, indifferent tone, "That should do it. Everyone, relax and enjoy the show." Chapter 17:37. A walk in the park when the appalling darkness of the Nightmare Gate split reality apart. Sunlight dimmed and turned strangely bleak, making the world look desaturated. A gust of cold wind rushed across the snowy park, as if the sky itself was being sucked into the black fissure. A moment later, an eerie shockwave rolled over the soldiers, making them stagger. Neff's white cape fluttered in the wind, but none of the 4 saints moved. For a moment, the only being moving in the impact zone was Saint. She walked steadily toward the gate, her graceful figure emanating the feeling of a cold, indifferent inevitability. Kai stared at her back for a second, then cleared his throat. "Your echo seems really impressive, Lord Shadow. Stylish, too, such a chic and understated armor design, monochromatic in theme, yet rich and expressive instead of being dull. What a beautiful use of form and texture variation to counterbalance the lack of a dynamic palette. Splendid, really. Wait, where was I?" He paused for a moment and then added with an embarrassed smile, "Right, what I meant to say was your echo can stall the abominations and break their momentum. We will follow behind and engage the nightmare creatures when they get past her." Sunny glanced at him and tilted his head a little. "Get past her?" Kai hesitated a little, unsure of what to say. "Yes. There is a high enough possibility that this gate will reach Category 3 after all. Even if she is a transcendent echo, it might be a bit tough." Sunny smiled behind the mask. "Just watch." He turned away and stared at Saint. Kai, Nephi's, and Morgan had no choice but to follow his example. In fact, Sunny felt a bit awkward, just standing there and doing nothing while Saint did all the work. He would have summoned the shadow chair and sat down, but sadly, that chair usually stood behind the reception desk of the brilliant Emporium. Anyone who had visited the dining hall could recognize it at a glance. Standing awkwardly it is, I guess. Out there in front of them, the first of the nightmare creatures appeared from the dark fissure of the Nightmare Gate. It was a hulking beast with a bulging body, terrifying muscles moving smoothly under its tough gray hide. The abomination's hind legs seemed underdeveloped, but its front limbs were grotesquely large, resembling craggy tree trunks. 2 vicious tusks curved upward from its jaw as long as pikes. The beast let out a deafening bellow and charged forward, the ground shaking from its heavy footsteps. Saint did not slow down. She simply lowered her shield, meeting the abomination's charge head-on mid-stride. In the next moment, the dreadful tusks hit the onyx shield and shattered. Next was the creature's head. Its skull burst like a rotten pumpkin, splattering across the snow in a crimson wave. The massive abomination collided with the shield and was crushed into pulp against its surface, only to be tossed aside by a flick of the wrist a moment later, falling to the ground in a lifeless, bloody heap. It was as though it had used Saint to commit suicide. Standing by Sunny's side, Kai blinked. Nephi's, who had seen the taciturn shadow before, seemed unsurprised. Morgan was too shrewd to show a reaction, but her gaze had turned a little sharper. Sunny smiled. In front of the gate, more nightmare creatures were born from the appalling darkness. A tide of them, each seemingly powerful enough to rip an armored vehicle to shreds. Saint finally seemed to pay them attention. Gripping her sword, she lunged forward and turned into a dark blur. A cloud of snow, ice, and torn ground exploded into the air from where her foot had pushed against the ground. By the time the soldiers had registered that, she was already among the abominations. To them, It looked as if a hurricane of darkness descended upon the tide of nightmare creatures, tearing flesh from bones and swiftly turning crimson from the haze of blood. A cacophony of howls filled the air, and severed bodies rained down on the snow, which was swiftly painted red and melted under the heat of harrowing violence. Of course, the four Transcendents could follow the battle clearly. To them, it looked quite different. Instead of the hurricane of blurry darkness, they saw Saint wielding her sword with chilling grace, reaping a harvest of lives with each movement. Her swordsmanship was solid and precise, each step measured, each slash flawlessly efficient and inescapably lethal. The black sword rose and fell, severing abominations in half. The onyx shield swung, crushing their skulls and breaking their bodies. The sword was like the ruthless blade of a guillotine, while the shield was like an impenetrable wall of polished black stone. Saint was so tyrannical that even when surrounded by monsters and demons, she seemed like the true hellspawn. Despite the gruesome massacre she was perpetrating, her dark armor remained spotlessly clean, with not even a single drop of fetid blood landing on its onyx surface. Her dreadfully beautiful battle art was like an elegant dance, allowing her to weave between the falling bodies without becoming stained by their filth. The tide of abominations collided with her and came to a shuddering halt, dissolving into a haze of blood right in front of the stunned soldiers. Morgan took a deep breath. "Lord Shadow, this echo of yours is quite fearsome," Kai nodded slowly. "Yes, indeed, you must cherish her a lot." Sunny gave them a short glance, then turned back to face the Nightmare Gate. "Actually, she is the second weakest among my servants." Which was technically true after all among his shadows. Only the marvelous mimic was lower than Saint in rank and class. Of course, Sunny would not bet money on any of his other shadows surviving in a battle against the Onyx Saint. He wasn't even sure that he would survive something like that if push came to shove. Kai stared at him with wide eyes, prompting Sunny to smile behind the mask. "The second weakest," he nodded. "I killed the original as a sleeper after all. It was a long time ago." The beautiful archer paled. "Sleeper. You killed that as a sleeper." Sunny remained silent for a moment, then shrugged. "Sure. Come to think of it, among the nightmare creatures I killed as a sleeper, she was one of the weakest as well." Saint had been a mere awakened monster back then, and Sunny had killed plenty of abominations of higher rank and class on the Forgotten Shore, including a great devil. So if one only took pure strength into account, Saint had indeed been in the lower tier of the creatures slain by him there. Kai opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Finally, not knowing what to say, he turned away stiffly. Sunny chuckled internally. I miss teasing this guy." In front of the Nightmare Gate, Saint had mercilessly obliterated the first wave of the abominations. The same fate awaited the second wave and the third. Not a single nightmare creature managed to escape her blade. Observing the scene of chilling carnage, Sunny couldn't help but feel a little wistful. He remembered vividly the first time he had encountered a Nightmare Gate, how desperate he had fought, and how impossible the task of stemming the tide of abominations had seemed. In the end, he would have failed if not for Jet's timely arrival. Yet, this time, the category of the gate was one rank above the one he had defended against as mongrel. However, Sunny did not even have to move a finger. Just one of his shadows was enough to contain the threat, and he did not even have to bestow the full augmentation of all his shadows upon her. So much time had passed, and so many things had changed. Some for the better, some for the worst. Sunny secretly glanced at Nephi's and Kai as the gate guardian finally emerged from the fissure. The creature looked like a mountain of gray flesh, its towering body brimming with bulging muscles, sharp tusks, bloodied spikes, and ghastly bone armor. It bellowed furiously, making the entire park quake. A corrupted tyrant from the looks of it. Standing on a pile of corpses, Saint glanced at it and finally deemed it necessary to summon the elemental darkness from her heart. A dark aura enveloped her black sword, and a cold chill ran down Sunny's spine. Her ruby eyes flashed with furious crimson light. The tyrant surged forward, and at the same time the black blade slashed the world apart. Now who's showing off? A thin line slowly revealed itself on the towering abomination's powerful body, cleanly dividing it into two vertical halves. Then it slowly oozed blood. The tyrant stumbled, then slowly crumbled to the ground, its body falling apart into two bloody chunks. The handy bracelet spoke into Sunny's ear. "You have slain a corrupted tyrant. Your shadow grows stronger." These were the only fragments Sunny had received from this fight. Looking at the carcasses of the massacred nightmare creatures, which piled high in the suddenly silent park, he sighed. What a waste! Saint stared at the bleeding chunks of the dead tyrant with indifference, then turned and glanced at Sunny. Receiving his nod, she took a step back and dissolved into shadows. A few moments later, Creepy and Crazy silently returned to him and fused with Naughty, who had been pretending to be a normal shadow all along, resting leisurely on the ground beneath his feet. Sunny looked at Morgan and remained silent for a moment. "My apologies. I'll try to give you an opportunity to witness my prowess some other time." Chapter 17:38 Crumbling Dam. The gate crisis had come to an end just like that, leaving the government soldiers standing there in stunned silence. In the end, none of them had to do anything to contain the nightmare creatures. The arriving reinforcements were shocked to see piles of corpses littering the ground. They had been expecting to dive into a dire battle, but ended up witnessing the aftermath of a chilling slaughter instead. Of course, it was not as if they had nothing to do. The park had been ravaged by the devastating battle, and the ugly fissure of the nightmare gate still shimmered in the air. Sunny looked at it with regret. There were not that many parks in NQSC, and this one would be unusable for the foreseeable future. Unless a cohort of masters challenged and conquered the nightmare seed, this place would never be safe for humans. The initial tide of abominations had been obliterated, and the gate guardian fell. However, new nightmare creatures could emerge from the fissure at any moment. The government forces would have to build a containment zone around the gate, complete with powerful explosive charges and a fortified perimeter. Mundane soldiers and awakened warriors would have to stand watch inside the zone at all times, participating in sporadic skirmishes every time an abomination wandered into the waking world. Kai was looking at the gate, as well, his expression grim. In the decades since the descent of the nightmare spell, many of such containment zones had littered the areas populated by humans. There were many here in NQSC, too, and the more of them appeared, the thinner the government forces had to be spread. The situation had only worsened after the chain of nightmares. It was comparatively easy to find cohorts of awakened willing to challenge second nightmares and hopefully conquer it, closing the gate. The one near Rain's school had long disappeared, for example, but it was much harder to close a Category 3 gate since only masters could hope to survive the third nightmare. Even then, most did not. And although the number of masters humanity possessed had increased tenfold and continued to grow with each year, the number of gates of higher categories was increasing faster. Kai sighed and shook his head. His voice sounded a bit tired when he mumbled quietly, "No rest for the wicked." Morgan, who had been conversing with the master in charge of the government soldiers, glanced at him with curiosity. "Oh, will you lead the charge personally, Lord Kai?" He smiled weakly, causing a few of the mundane soldiers to sway, and shook his head. "I'm not sure. I'll have to discuss it with my superiors first." She nodded in understanding. "Well, for what it's worth, Clan Valor is willing to offer help this time. After all, I didn't get to do anything despite showing up so confidently. My hands are itching for a fight." Sunny was listening to them in confusion. He was certain that none of it showed in his body language, and yet Nephi's decided to explain. The government is trying to adapt to the new environment. Since there are too many gates that can't be closed, they are constantly searching for a way to lessen the strain of guarding them all. The most effective method is to allow a saint to follow the call to the nightmare seed and cleanse the territory surrounding it from all abominations. That way, they won't be wandering into the waking world, at least for a while. She studied the dark fissure of the gate and added, I have participated in plenty of these cleansing operations myself. Many of the legacy saints have followed my example, as well, offering their services, especially those of the new generation, who hold me in high regard. Their battle experience is comparatively poor, so they see it as an opportunity to sharpen themselves. As long as the vicinity of the nightmare seeds is cleansed at set intervals, the strain on the government resources is lessened drastically. Sunny stared at her for a while, then said in a cold tone, Sounds like trying to plug holes in a crumbling dam. Nephi smiled faintly. Indeed. However, it also teaches the people who are sealing the holes how to swim. Then her expression darkened a little. But I agree with your sentiment. It is merely a stopgap measure. Kai and Morgan walked over, catching the tail end of their conversation. The charming archer smiled. As long as there are brave people who are willing to rise to the occasion, everything is not lost. We will continue to keep this world safe, or at least as safe as possible. Like you did today, Lord Shadow, please accept my sincere gratitude. Sunny stared at him for a while. Then he nodded and said evenly, Fine, I accept it. Kai gave him a dubious look. Not knowing what to say, he turned to Nephi's, intending to thank her as well. Should I do it or not? Sunny hesitated for a moment but couldn't help himself. So he added in a tone of indifference, Don't expect my help next time, though. I have a bad history with nightmare gates. The last time I happened to be near one, I ended up in a custody dispute with a cursed terror. Encountering the Category 4 gates in Antarctica had led him to the third nightmare after all, where he ended up meeting a certain vile bird. Kai forgot what he was going to say to Nephi's and stared at him numbly. A custody dispute. Sunny gave him a nonchalant nod. Yes, the cursed terror wanted its spawn back, thieving scumbag. The charming archer took a deep breath, looked at the sky, and then forced out a few words, his tone stifled. I see. Struggled to say something else, but Sunny interrupted him. By the way, Nightingale, it's a bird, isn't it? I dislike birds. Kai froze, looking at him with a troubled expression. Sunny stared at him for a bit, then leaned forward, raised a hand, and patted him on the shoulder. It's all right. I'll make an exception for you, Saint Nightingale, since we're friends. With that, he turned to Nephi's and said without any emotion, I am ready to leave. She was staring at him strangely. Morgan was as well. Sunny tilted his head a little. What? The two of them glanced at each other, then shook their heads at the same time. No, it's just that you have a unique way with words, Lord Shadow. Nothing. The former was said by Morgan, while the latter was said by Nephi's. He smiled behind the mask. Curious. I've been described as unique twice today. I am starting to suspect that it is not a compliment. Morgan smiled pleasantly and said in an exceedingly polite tone, It isn't. Shaking her head, she bowed to Kai lightly and turned away, heading for the PTV that had driven them here. Sunny followed, giving Nephi's a chance to say a proper goodbye to the charming archer. She caught up with them soon, wearing a complicated expression. Or rather, her expression was as stoic as always. However, Sunny could feel a bit of tension hiding in the depths of her gray eyes. They passed the military vehicles and approached the PTV. The firekeeper who had driven it, Sid, was already back. She had joined the volunteer awakened before the gate opened, intending to lead them into the battle. Of course, their participation had not been necessary in the end. Sid was on her way to open the passenger door when Nephi stopped suddenly, looking at the PTV with a frown. Sensing her unease, Morgan and Sunny stopped too. Morgan glanced at Nephi's, raised an eyebrow and asked with a hint of amusement in her voice, "What's the matter?" Neff remained silent for a few moments, studying the luxurious vehicle somberly. Then she slowly turned away and looked at Sunny. "Lord Shadow, I apologize." He blinked a couple of times. Was she apologizing for having dragged him to an opening gates? No, Nephi saw the fight against the nightmare spell as a sacred duty of all awakened. She would not have apologized for something like that. What then? Hiding his confusion, Sunny asked in a cold tone, "What for?" Her expression remained calm when she answered, "It seems that I am about to be assassinated. Sorry for the inconvenience." "What?" Before Sunny could react, Sid unlocked the passenger door and pulled on the handle. In the next moment, the PTV disintegrated in a blinding flash, and the roar of a deafening explosion thundered above the snowy park. Chapter 1739, Assassination. The PTV exploded. No, really, Sunny was stunned. Who tries to assassinate a saint with explosives? Were these people mentally challenged? The notion was so silly that, for a moment, his mind refused to register it. Everything had happened too fast for the government soldiers to react. The vehicle dissolved into a blinding flash, and a furious onslaught of flame was unleashed upon the world. A devastating shockwave also rolled out, spreading like an invisible ripple of crushing force. But of course, the saints were faster. Kai was too far away to do anything, but Sunny, Morgan, and Nephi's were not. Granted, there was not a lot that they could do in such a short amount of time. Nephi seemed to have controlled the flames to flow around Sid, her driver. The firekeeper was spared from being burned, but received the full brunt of the shockwave, staggering back as her dirty blonde hair fluttered in the wind. Of course, as a master, she would not be hurt badly, but a pained grimace still appeared on her face. Morgan, meanwhile, raised one leather-clad hand and cut the explosion apart. Sunny was pretty sure that he was not seeing things. As her hand slashed forward, both the flame and the shockwave parted in front of her, as if cut by an unseen blade. The explosion rolled past the Princess of War, leaving her entirely unscathed. Not a single blemish appeared on her stylish black suit. As for Sunny himself, he didn't do anything. That short moment was enough for him to determine that the explosion was utterly mundane, so there was no need to act. Sunny simply allowed the flame to swallow him, and for the shockwave to batter him. A second later, his onyx figure was revealed from the expanding fire, standing exactly where he had stood before. He didn't even flinch under the assault of the violent forces. But behind him, many of the government soldiers were thrown against the hulls of the armored vehicles, the vehicles themselves swaying heavily or even overturning. Screams and stunned yells filled the air. There were many wounded. Luckily, the PTV had stood apart from the military vehicles, so no one seemed to have died. But still, the explosion seemed to have hurt everyone except for the person it was supposed to, presumably, kill. Before the shockwave even had time to dissipate, Morgan, Nephi's, and Sunny looked at each other, all sharing the same thought. It's a diversion. The explosion was simply meant to distract them when the actual attack arrived. But what? Suddenly feeling a sense of urgency, Sunny sent his shadow sense outward, spreading it across a vast area. There were countless shadows on the crowded streets of NQSC, so his mind was almost overloaded by the density of information flowing into it. Luckily, he had long learned how to filter out the useless noise, concentrating solely on potential threats. There did not seem to be anything dangerous close to them, but it took some time for his senses to stretch to their absolute limit. There. Sunny had sensed a swift shadow barreling towards them, but there was already no time to react. Before any of them could move, a strange arrow that had only become visible a split second before hitting its target revealed itself in the air, piercing through the cloud of flame caused by the explosion. It was enormous in size, almost 2 meters long, and resembled a projectile fit for a siege engine much more than it did an arrow meant to be shot from a bow. If not for the fletching on the back side of the shaft, Sunny would have mistaken it for a heavy javelin. The great arrow struck Nephi's in the chest, throwing her back like a rag doll. She flew backward and crashed into a military vehicle, deforming the alloy armor plates before falling to her knees. Sunny was already moving. He knew, of course, that something like that would not kill Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, to be honest. He wasn't even entirely sure what it would take to kill her, given her divine ability to heal herself, but his heart still skipped a beat, knowing that she was hurt. That arrow, what kind of arrow was it? What was its rank and class? What enchantments did it possess? Did it carry a deadly venom? Did the arrowhead explode into numerous jagged shards after piercing the victim's flesh? However, in the next moment, Sunny's eyes glistened under the expressionless mask. That was because the broken pieces of the arrow dissipated into a whirlwind of sparks. Nephi's, meanwhile, her waistcoat was torn, and so was the white blouse beneath it. What he saw in the tear was not her alabaster skin, however, but the metal rings of a chainmail shirt, bent but unbroken. That memory, he recognized it from their time in the tomb of Ariel. Still kneeling on the ground, Nephi suddenly leaned her head to the side, and the second arrow flew past it. It pierced the heavy military vehicle, dragging it away with the force of the impact, and exploded from the other side in a rain of alloy debris. Who the hell is shooting these giant arrows? The third arrow was cut apart by Morgan, who severed it with her bare hand. However, now that Sunny's shadow sense had extended further, he could feel it. A dozen swift shadows were falling upon them like meteors, each moving with dreadful speed. 2 were aimed at him, and 2 more at Morgan. 1 was heading towards Sid, but the rest were all aimed at Neff's heart. It didn't make sense, really. Considering the distance from which the mysterious archer had shot them, most of the arrows must have been in the air long before the first arrow hit, and very likely before the PTV had exploded. So the sniper must have accounted for everything: how the 3 saints would react to the explosion, where Nephi's would be thrown back, how Sunny would move. What kind of skill was that? Was the mysterious archer a prophet? Or did the arrows possess a mind of their own, altering their paths to pursue their prey? Sunny had to deal with the strange arrows before there would be a chance to find the answer. There's not enough time. He raised a hand and simply caught one of the great arrows from the air, sliding back a few steps before its momentum dissipated. Sunny had already started to manifest countless shadows when a haunting song suddenly resounded above the silent park, drowning out all other sounds. Sound was invisible, and yet he sensed the song move past him like a ghostly river. In the next moment, the great arrows seemed to have hit a wall in the air, splintering and scattering in different directions. Looking back, Sunny saw Kai closing his mouth as he rushed toward the burning remains of the PTV. Good job, buddy. Sunny's shadow sense had already reached the limits of his perception, encompassing a vast part of NQSC. However, no matter how much he searched, he could not sense the mysterious archer. That meant one of 2 things. Either the sniper had the ability to avoid his detection, or the arrows had been shot from beyond the range of 40+ kilometers. Sunny felt a hint of chill, wondering who would have been able to shoot enchanted arrows from such a distance and with such precision. A master, possibly with the right aspect, but quite unlikely. A saint, an echo of a high rank. Catching Kai's glance, he gestured in the direction from which the arrows had come. A split second later, his former friend, shot into the air, flying toward the possible location of the attacker. But somehow, Sunny doubted that the sniper would be caught. They must have escaped immediately after sending the arrows loose and would be long gone by now. Looking back, he studied the scene of devastation. Broken vehicles, pieces of burning debris, dozens of wounded soldiers groaning on the ground. Nephi's was slowly rising to her feet, white flames dancing in her eyes. Morgan lowered her hand, a deep scowl replacing her usually composed expression. Sid had just landed on her back, rolled over her shoulder and jumped to her feet, hissing in pain. The whole attack had only lasted a few seconds, but the impact it had left was bound to have long-lasting consequences in the days to come, and maybe even beyond that, far in the future.